Okay. Hello, welcome. Today we are continuing working on our UI from yesterday. Nope, that's not the right run command. I've been doing stuff on Raspberry Pi, so I got the wrong cargo command queued up. Cargo run. So I'm just trying to remember where I was up to. I think I was adding a settings menu. So there is a settings. We can also go to the main menu and we can like tweak that. So we can say you have all. So actually we want you to be top, you to be none, and you to be bottom. And that should actually like make it a like a complete unit, because then the middle one's not gonna have it. I was tweaking encoding settings because last stream it kept yelling at me saying that the bitrate wasn't high enough, which apparently I had somewhere set something that's like I only allowed 3 kilobit, which is a little low considering that my speed is apparent. Well, I mean, set that's no, 3 megabit maybe. But yeah, like I've had issues with dropping like tons and tons of frames, so I upped the I was artificially lowering it, but it seems to work. Like I've worked out how to encode it better so that it doesn't keep just dropping frames. So now instead of dropping frames, it just skips frames. So like, well, not even skipped. It says frames missed due to rendering lag is 0, and then skip frames due to encoder lag is also 0. So hopefully it's just they're all going through, but I don't actually know. But hopefully YouTube will stop yelling at me about like having too low of a bitrate for the quality of the stream. Nope, still complaining. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend about 13k. Okay, well I should be able to do that. So hopefully, probably not though. I might be able to tweak the settings while it's running. Probably not though, because it's encoding based stuff. No, I can. Alright, so it reckons maximum bitrate should be so let's say like 15. I think technically maximum is 18 because apparently that's the best my thing can do, and YouTube recommends 15. So we're gonna like apply those settings and see if YouTube stops yelling at me. I don't think it will, because I've still got a yellow encoding bar, which implies that even if I wanted to, I couldn't actually meet that bitrate. But anyway, so yeah, by setting top curved, bottom curved, and none in the middle, we end up with this. I need to work out how to make my settings go to the fucking middle. There is a way to do it. So what we can do, I believe, is if we go to the button here and we set like background color green. Right. So we do something like something like that. That should make the play button green, and then we should be able to like go and look at and see exactly where the button itself is, rather than the container the button is inside of. So the hope from that, my live stream go, and it says good. Okay. So so I don't think that worked. Yeah, it didn't. It's still. Why have you not done that? It's the text. Why isn't it working? Maybe we'd put it on this one? We'll go background color blue, and then we'll see if that makes a difference on this one. That drives me spare about this. So it's obviously rendering something that renders something. It's probably that I'm putting the background color on the button. It's actually the button spawns in, and we're giving the button the text, and the issue with the text is that it's put in the middle. So I don't think I can modify the properties, which is annoying, because it says justify centered padding flow growth determines how much the flexible item should go. I'm not quite following along on why I can't tweak the settings of the text. So text, there is like a text thing, right? The text style, apparently. No? Can't find it. So this macro breaks the IntelliSense. So let text equal text. Is there something? So there's text. It's text. Text is just blank text. And then it says, okay. So top layer UI text component. Adding text to an entity will pull in required components. Setting the UI text. Setting up an UI text node. The setting in this component is the first. The string in this component is the first text span in the hierarchy of the text span that are collected into the compute text. And see the text span component used by children of entities with text. Note that transform on this entity is managed automatically by the UI. Okay, so it's saying that it pulls in everything for UI node. So we go here, it says so it pulls in node text layout. Is almost certainly what we want. So if I then come in here and say text layout, like so, and then justify, is it justified, and then it says it's just line break, isn't it? Yeah, and then line break is no wrap, I guess. Right, so they should at least put the text in the middle. I don't know why it's still not left in it. Bevy's not hard. It's more Bevy's missing a lot of the like helper function. Like people have complained so much about Bevy's UI, like since I've been using it, and maybe it was really bad when like I wasn't using it back 3 odd years ago in like 0.6. But in like I think it was 0.16, they added like widget like backbone and then a Bevy Feathers on top, and it's so like this is basically all the code it takes for me to make a UI. Is like I spawn in the UI itself, and then I give it children and give each of those children buttons, and then it does this, and then I can like I made a little bit of a menu action thing, which is up here. Like this is all the code to open a menu. It literally just sets the correct scene. Menu setting. This is about making it easier for me. Where's the on press? This is the code that I use to make every button have a unique action. Like you just click and it does its thing. So like the idea is it's not actually that complicated to do stuff in Bevy. The hard stuff is that it's not done for you. Like that's what makes Bevy hard, is that it doesn't have like pre-made UI elements that you can just chuck in, and there's no editor, which is also like quite difficult for people that aren't used to working in code. But I've found that my issues are never with Bevy. They're always with my understanding of how to do something. And when I use Unity in that, it's like they're like, oh, physics component, and then it's done. But it's like, it's not that Bevy is hard. It's that writing your own physics engine is hard. And because Unity just gives you a physics engine and says, there you go. Even the built-in Bevy ones, it's like they make it really easy, but you need to actually know that it exists. And that's where the visual editor helps. Is that like I'm pretty good at finding things in the like IDE, like how I just did there to work out what components things were, and that can make it much harder for someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Like I've been teaching someone Bevy, and they keep going, "Well, how do you know this exists?" I'm like, "Oh, because Bevy's just got like a naming format that I try to type, and if I try to type it and I wait for the IntelliSense to pop up, and the IntelliSense tells me if it exists. Why is it not text centering?" And that's exactly, this is not a Bevy hard thing. This is a what I'm struggling with now. This is I don't understand Flexbox, and I don't know how Bevy's implemented Flexbox. And I've had this issue with like lots of shit. Because what's happening here is because I'm using a pre-built button thing, I'm not allowed to touch the node because you can't have two copies of the same thing. And so you're justifying content centered, and then aligning items centered, and then you're padding around. So, and I can't affect its margin because it's, yeah. So where the fuck is the text? The text is obviously here. And the text is justified, which is interesting. So I think one of these is, it's something up here like align item centered, align content centered, align scroll. So there's something like one of these is like has stretch, align content. All right, so if we track down node and we go collapse node itself, go to the default node. This has everything. So there's align and justify, align content item. So it has to be one of these. Then the issue is I don't know which one. So it appears that it's only really align content. The other option, no, because I did it there. Okay. I think the bigger issue is that this flows downhill kind of thing. One of these has stretch. The items are stretched to fill the space they are given. Align content. So used to control how items are distributed. For Flexbox, content alignment of lines is if FlexRef is set to wrap and there are multiple lines. Okay, and then align items. So used to control how each individual item is aligned by default within the space they are given. Content set. So justify item. There's another one though. Like there's one that's like it flows down or something. Or maybe that's just what the default is like. Look at parent. So like if I set this to stretch, if I set this one to stretch and set this one to stretch, this might work. I don't know. It's no. The annoying thing is as you can see, I've told this to be green, but it's not actually green. So I guess what I need to do is actually put in like a node. Oh, we'll do it. We're doing it as like a. We say node default background color. But technically we need to grab the exact same node that the button has. This one. I don't know how it's getting that row height, but anyway. I paste that node in. And then we're going to background color you to be a different color. We don't care about the border radius, and we're just going to say, we'll go find out what that is. And so what I'm going with this one is this will let me know red. Like what is actually causing this? Like is it that the text is actually a subnode of a subnode or something? Row height and it's 25. I'm just trying to set everything to be exactly the same so that I don't end up with situations, because I feel like this is what's doing it. It's that this button is causing it to maybe actually that could work. I might have to make the children the text, because it could be that because I'm making this the text. That could be doing it. Yeah, that could be it. I think. Right, so now there's this red one up here. So, because I can't click anything here because it wants to click the text. So, annoyingly, that also means that these ones are just not quite doing what they think, because they're getting recolored, I guess, maybe. So, if I go back to my UI, I said here and said, so this is additional components for it, but maybe we should be putting the text in the layout text as children. Right. Except it should be like one child, maybe. Bound trait. So I feel like I need to do something like this, maybe. Or maybe you need to be an array. I'm missing something, that's for sure. Yeah, that's what makes Bevy hard. UI from first principles. Why? There is something that I'm missing about what you have to pass in. Maybe we should go to Bevy's like Git. Git. Bevy engine. So I'm gonna look at the examples and be like, there's like definitely something that I'm missing. Is it in here? Does Feathers have its own set of UI maybe? Feathers widgets. Okay. So how the fuck do you use a button? I should probably put this on the main screen so else can see what I'm looking at. Okay. So this is the actual, so we call children, we pass this in, we call children and we pass this in. Okay, we call button, and then, so, button and observe. So they call button, okay, so we have to call spawn and then pass in themed text. Oh, look at that, okay. So, we have to pass in spawn, and then spawn takes in a bundle, which is going to be text play, and then we have to wrap that so that we can put in apparently themed text. I've never used themed text. A marker component that is used to indicate that this text entity wants to opt into using inherited text styling. Okay. Is that the correct way of doing this? I think the background color green is probably not necessary now. Hey, there we go. Okay, so it's because I wasn't putting them as children that the buttons are in the wrong spot. So we're gonna go like that. This gives us our menu action. Which, interestingly enough, I could literally just put observe. That's actually interesting because that's kind of saying that Bevy's recommended way of doing this, which I'm not doing because I think it's annoying that it keeps spawning more and more, is to say observe action. I guess it must unregister this, possibly. So what you're doing is you're spawning the button and then you're observing this component being clicked on activate. Normal button clicked. Okay, that's kind of cool. STL, I don't know STL. Bevy has had like a built-in Flexbox implementation since like the beginning, but it's only like in the last 6 months it got Bevy Feathers added, which is their like how Unity has like its built-in UI for its editor, where it's like it's not intended to be used in a game. It's intended for you to write debug UI editor tools. So it's like how the inspector in Unity has like a standardized set of buttons and sliders and like input fields and stuff like that. It's like it's those kinds of ideas. So it's got sliders and stuff, but they're not, and they're themable and stuff, but they're not intended to be used like as in-game UI, which I'm going to use them for because I don't care. And then this is quit, and then so put that in, and then I think quit. We could probably make a menu button for doing quit, which is going to be fun. So spawn and text, and it says quit, and quit also does like actually does nothing. Lambda. No, see that's the thing. It doesn't actually do that, because when you call observe, wherever it went, it was in there. So this observe makes an observer. So it actually spawns a entity that has then that entity might have a pointer, but it has its own dedicated entity that is responsible for watching and responding to actions firing. So it's not just like it's not just a function pointer because Rust will compile it away. Like Bevy itself as an engine does things when you call observe. It's the same as up here. So like here, you see I'm like using menu.onSettings. So if we go up to our main menu has an onSettings system ID. And up here, I register this system that opens the main menu, or opens the menu settings menu, or this one that closes all menus. And so every time I register a system, it gives me a system ID, and I'm pretty sure if I drop that system ID, it's not reference counted. So this system will just stay forever if I lose the ID, I think. Maybe it is reference counted and I can just open and close them. I should actually check that. Like, do you have like a reference counted thing? So register system ID, there's an entity and a phantom data. So it's spawning an entity. Do you do something on drop? Drop? Whoop, don't write the word drop. Drop. Yeah, so there's no drop implementation. So it has no idea. So when I register a system, it spawns an entity, and then with that spawned entity, it attaches the information it needs to be able to run the system, which means that if I keep like registering systems and then not unregistering the system and just dropping the pointer, then it'll just leak memory, basically. It'll leak memory in a way that's easy to clean up because it'll leak entities which I can still see like while the application is running. It's not like they're disappearing into the void, but it will like leak every time you open and close a memory. It registers system. So I'm keeping basically a pointer to those systems instead of doing it every time, and that's what leads to like this. I could, in theory, like make it unregister system, which might be smarter. Is that when I register a system, I can make like the on drop of the menu or the on remove unregister the system, but then you have to do reference counting because I'm doing this. It's not like a Rust optimization. It'll be exactly. But what they're saying is that it's like it's the same thing that Unity has, where it's like Unity has its UI, use this for your game, like customize it for your game, and then Unity has the editor, like the editor in Unity, like the actual like when you're not running the game, the editor's UI is its own entire subset of widgets, and that's what Bevy's saying is like this is that subset of widgets. Make UI for your game, but like don't expect this to be a like customizable game UI. It is like purely for making dev tools. We are working on the actual game implementation ones. I didn't think Rust was particularly bad at memory leaks because Rust is everything has to be a reference or a point. Like they don't give you pointers, and without pointers you can't accidentally copy something and like not let it go. Rust's whole thing is that it drops everything and has deconstructors, and everything has a constructor and deconstructor. Like you cannot. What's the term for it? It's like allocation is construction or something like that, or declaration is allocation, something like that. Rust has some basically fancy thing that basically it boils down to. I knew. Yeah, no. So it's not Rust that's leaking the memory. First off, like Rust is really easy to leak memory. You go std mem forget. That leaks memory. That is like an intentional memory leak, and actually Bevy uses that in some cases. So what this is saying is, Rust, please don't clean up this memory. I know that I'm no longer pointing to it, but it does something on its own. What I'm talking about with the memory leak is the equivalent of saying if you allocated everything as a string and then you just kept pushing more and more memory into that string instead of ever like clearing the memory, that's what's happening, is that it's Bevy is leaking memory, not Rust is leaking memory. Rust isn't doing something. It's like Bevy is intentionally doing it. Like what's the example is I'll just finish making this just so that it works. Action. So I think there. Oh no, I need to. Annoying. We're going to go back to this doing literally nothing. So, I want to like give an example in Bevy of like, so Bevy has its asset management. So if we go back to main and we go like fn like spawn shape, and then we can be like mute Asset server. We want to do something more like this. We can meshes, and then we go like mute. Oh no, it's mute meshes. You can tell I haven't written Rust with Bevy in a long time. Res mute. I've been working too much. And we want to go assets and mesh. Right. So what happens here is that like we can do our commands now spawn, right? And it spawn something. I'm gonna give this. So when we say mesh 3D meshes, it's like meshes.add. And so we'll do that up here actually. Say let mesh equal meshes dot add cuboid from length 1. Right. So this generates us a new mesh and sticks it in. So it allocates some memory and gives us effectively a pointer to that memory. And the way that Bevy handles these is like handles they're reference counted, so technically you can have unreference counted ones, which is these UUID, but the strong ones are reference counted. So the idea is that I've got this one, if I clone it, now I have 2 and it knows that I have 2. If I drop 1 it goes, and if it ever is 0 it'll unload that piece of memory. But Bevy does it a few times in like internally, is it'll go like std mem forget, and then you put it in mesh. Mesh. We actually want to go something like let mesh 2 equal mesh dot clone. Yeah, so we increment so we get our first one with the reference count of 1, and then we increment that to 2, and we get so we clone it to make it, now it's 2. Then we forget one of them, which means that it never calls drop, and then we use the other one. So we're going to pass in mesh 2. Right, so when this entity despawns, it'll decrement the reference counter back to back down, but because we forgot one of them, it can never get back to 0, so the memory can never be cleaned up, so it would be a memory leak. But the idea is that like you'd only ever do this intentionally, and so where Bevy uses this is it will request a handle for something like a shader, so it'll load the shader in and then forget the handle, because we already have the handle somewhere else. So if we know how to get the handle and construct it without reference count, like without like needing to construct it or load it or anything, like, but we don't want the shader to be loaded and unloaded every time, because it's for things like shader fragments and stuff like that, where it's like, sure, load the shader when we actually go to use something that uses that material shader, but if that shader has like a bunch of fragments that it's pointing to, we don't want to have to reload and unload, make sure we load everything in the right order when we're doing fragments. So all the fragments get forgotten, because it's like, well, we're never going to want to load or unload them again. They're not really reference counted. They're just, we need access to them, so we load them and then we forget that they exist to leave them loaded. The other one's like for statically loaded stuff, where it's like you may never use the handle, but you want to be able to like call the handle from anywhere, or like just create the handle out of the blue. So what you do is you forget, so that you never have to reference count that handle, because it never actually unloads. So there's reasons to leak memory, like it's actually an intentional thing. That's why Rust has the ability to forget pointers. It's a good way to just put the input into the heap, and then you can treat every view into it as static without code. Yeah, exactly. You've literally told the compiler that it is now static, because you've told it to forget about it. There is a way to unforget about it, which is kind of fun. But yeah, by saying forget, you're literally being like, hey, this is now static, because this will exist for the rest of the program. So you're literally setting its lifetime to static, and then you can later on revoke that static status and pull it back, which is an interesting like thing. So we have our main settings, which are now actually going to work, which means our button should work, because we changed how the text displaced, which means, hey, the buttons, we can actually click them anywhere now. Yay. Now I want to modify the, I think there is a way to like set where in the flex order something goes, even without like being the bottom of the queue. But I want to make a back button. So like at the moment quit does nothing, which is fun. I need to make like a resource that points to the quit function, so that the same thing happens. That would actually be kind of interesting, because I'm going to look more into how this works, because if I can just make these despawn, like as in when you drop this, if every action owns its own registered system, and I can just literally despawn the registered systems, that would be actually fine. So they only point to an entity, and then a marker that tells you like what they held, which is like what the inputs and what the outputs were. So like theoretically that implies that I can just spawn and despawn. When I say register a system, you say register boxed system, so it boxes it and it registers it, and then it registers it, and then it spawns with a registered system. So it's like, yeah, spawn, register system, and then it does this. So when I call run, I just want to make sure that run doesn't, it's not doing something cheeky underneath. So wait, run system. So it says Q run system with ID, and the ID is the system ID, and handle errors. Yeah, okay. And then it says run system with, and then it says like entity, get entity, get mute. So this gives us our entity, and then we say registered system is the entity get mute registered system. Then we say system and take, or missing system, and then we take it, which is weird because that means we take ownership of it. It's weird. Register system, initialize. This is the concerning part actually, because it's system.initialize. This is what makes me think that maybe dropping it would be not. Well, actually, no, it'd be fine because I'm going to unregister it, which means whatever it's doing, it literally just goes and gets the entity, which means if I just despawn the entity, it's not going to be the most efficient way, but it may be the most clean way of being like, we could literally just make it that when I say menu action new, so we can like from commands, something like this, and this is going to just take in like image commands, and system, which is going to be like import into system, and then we just be like, let system ID is equal to commands.register system, and then this returns itself, and then you just say, right? We might mark this with owned, maybe. Yes. Okay, so your own false, right? And then owned true. Then we just need to work out what the thing was. So you require so you register the system requires IOM, which is I and O, and then M. I think M is just metadata, so it's like I O. Wait, what? Yeah, input, output, and marker, and then we can just say that you take in I, O, and M, and then you're saying that that's not going to work because in must be system input and self must be sized. So I is system input, generics, fun. Okay, so this gives us a system ID because then it says I cannot be sent between threads. So you're saying, what is your requirement? Is that send and output is send? Okay, so let's send, and you're also send, and I believe sync is probably the other thing. Nope, apparently not. Also, you only take blank system IDs, which is actually kind of funny because that implies that we can actually say that it's like this. You take yeah, and then M is underscore. So register system takes in I, O, and M, where it's this, and just M. Then we can just make you take in M. Right, which means that you are something like that into system. So it's saying may not live long enough because I think it's M, not static. That maybe. Wait, what do you mean? So, okay, fine. You take in S, where S is into system, blank, U, and M. But you also need to take in M. And then you just are S. And then, so now you don't have to complain about that not being static. So it says S may not live long enough. So why? Parameter S may not live long enough because S does not have a static lifetime. Yes, okay, so S needs to be static plus. There we go. Hey, okay. So we can say from commands, you do this, and then we're going to say something like do a component. So we can go component on remove equals drop ID, maybe. I know, we'll call it drop ID. I actually think it's like self. It's weird using something like Bevy that actually has gone like to the effort of doing the macros properly, versus like other software where you're like other ones I've used where it's like you have to pass in a string because of how we parse the stuff. So it's actually drop ID. All right, so drop ID, and we can say drop ID is drop ID, which takes in a mute world, which is a defer world. This and nope, it takes in a CTX, and it's a hook context like so, and then we say let. Well, it's more like if let some menu action true. I don't think that's how that works. Get menu action context. Okay, so no, it must be match. Match. Yeah. Let. Okay, let some action equals get this action, else return. It's not. Okay, so let some action world get entity, and then no, it's get entity. Else, why are you saying that I can't do this? Get. Oh, no, it's called get. And then it's get self. Okay, so now we have access to the action. In the bio, in the description, there is a link to the GitHub that has the actual game design document. At the moment, specifically, I'm working on UI, so what I'm doing is trying to make it so that when you create UI elements, like spawn a menu in, I'm making it so that you don't have to like cache the like systems that the menu is using, like for its actions, individual actions, like when clicked, when not unclicked. There's probably just a better way of doing this already built into Bevy, but just I'm doing what in my head makes the most sense of. I'm making it so basically it cleans itself up. So what will happen is we can say if action owned, and then we're going to world. I think it's unregistered system, and then we're just going to pass in action.run. Apparently I can't do that. I have to do something like dot commands. There. What? Okay. Let run echo action run. Doesn't run here because we have to make sure that we're not firing it mutably anymore. Okay, so what we're doing is we're basically saying, hey, when we remove this component, so if we insert something over the top of it, or if we take it off of a entity entirely, we will go in. While we're doing that, we're going to, before we do anything else, like before it's actually removed, I believe is the on remove, we are going to get the information out of it. If we own it, which means that we didn't pass in a cached value, we take a copy of that because otherwise it yells at us for double borrowing, and then we queue up a command to unregister that system from the world. So the idea being that if we reserved and actually like made an entity to hold this system, we will destroy that entity when we're done, which should mean that I can now make like UI elements much more easy. Yeah, okay, so I'll explain more as I actually implement it onto a button. So what's going to end up happening? It's a menu action new. It, I believe, is mute quit is message writer exit, and then we say quit.send app exit success, I think. You need commands first. Sorry. We need to do that outside. So we need to say this is the let quit equal menu action new commands lowercase c commands quit like that, expected to arguments. Okay, and then we say quit. Okay, I'm trying to set it up so that I can explain like clearly through the logic. This function, so it's not new, it's from right, and then we need to give you an enum value of success. All right, and it's not send, it's write now. Okay, they change this stuff all the time. So what we're doing here is we're declaring a new menu action. So we're saying the quit action comes from commands, which just so that I can pass in either like a pre-cached system ID, which is a way of running systems without having them scheduled. So Bevy will automatically run any system that like, so we go to main, we go, when we add a system, we're saying in startup, Bevy work out when to run this system in the startup, and then we go to like UI maybe. Must be menu. So go to this one and go, so this one has adds menus. So yeah, so here's another example is like add system. So we say on enter, which is like when we go to this state, we want to run all the systems in this schedule. So it's how like Bevy decides what it's going to do. So we then run like the open for that particular menu. So what I'm doing here, is we're basically saying that where we want a piece of code that will run only when we decide it runs, not when Bevy decides it runs. So we're making it a system ID, which is then stored inside our menu action so that we can attach it to a button. So what I was just doing was making it so that when this button is removed from the world, we also unregister this quit command, like this function here. So we register this function and store it, and then when we don't need it anymore, we actually free it. So these ones here, so the button play and the settings menu are cached. So we pass in new and we pass in the open settings, which we actually store on the main menu itself. It has these pre-stored, which is what I was actually removing, is because this means that like theoretically you have to like make a copy for everything, and this is just lets you make a copy where you're going to use it. So like it makes the menus more easy to expand, I guess is the way to do it. I still need some tweaking because as you saw, I have to declare it up here because I'm technically using commands down here, but that's fine. Yeah, so we pass this in here. So that we say this button, which is a normal type button, the primary button is highlighted differently. So the play button will be blue, and then the quit button's gray, and the settings button is also gray. We say when we click this button, run the quit action, which is to send a quit message, which then tells the app at the end of the last segment, So basically, when this frame is done, run all the quitting code to like exit the game. So I think that lets it like save and all that kind of stuff if you wanted to, and then we specify the text. So it's just a way of like caching and storing the data. And then the bit that I was doing, which was when we spawn an entity, so we'll go to hooks, I guess. We'll explain lifetime hooks if we're still going deeper into the menu. So I think it was in healing. So up here, we derive component, which basically says we declare that this struct is a component. And then we're going component, which lets us like modify this macro. It's like Bevy's way of saying when we declare this macro, we can now like pass information to that macro through the component like sub tag. And we've said on remove, which is part of the lifecycle hooks. So the way that Bevy works, we'll just open Paint for a second. You know, so when we spawn in an entity, we have this I think it then's like this and this. So we have text add, or let's say it's on add, and then on insert. This one is on again on replace, I believe. Look, I put it in the wrong spot now. God damn it. Anyway, we'll move the box. Nope, can't do that. Paint sucks. On replace, and then this is on remove, I believe. I don't entirely remember if there's a difference, or if it's on replace and it's on despawn, or if it's anyway. But the way it works is when we add a component to an entity, we call on add. If the entity doesn't already have that component, then we call on insert. So it always goes like this. This always happens. If you call on add, it'll then call on insert. But annoyingly, I cannot apparently add these arrows pointing that way. So we can either do that, or we can come in here. If it's already got it, it calls on insert only. It doesn't call on add on insert. Then I believe the way it works is on add goes to on insert, on replace. So we can enter here, I guess. Actually, I think technically it's this one doesn't exist. It's not this one. It's right. Like that. So it's actually like that. Because we do that like so, and then I think it's like that, and then we can also come in I want to say like this. It might be like this. I don't exactly remember the ordering, but it's something like this. I think the arrow is wrong too. It's not here. Yeah. Don't mind my shocking arrows. I should have done this in something better than paint, like maybe slides. Anyway, so what do we have? What we have is if we add a component that doesn't already exist, we go to on add, and then that calls on insert, and then we have we're done. If we already had it, we call I think it's on replace, that then calls on remove, that then calls on insert. Like I don't think they call each other, but like that's the order that they run in. It's like, so you on replace, you have access to the data that was originally there. It might actually be on removed. So this might be conditional, and maybe this one doesn't exist. We'll just get rid of this for sake of confusion. So it's something more like this, I guess. I'm not entirely sure, because I know that one's called on despawn, but I don't know if that is like then we go to on despawn, or if on despawn is what on remove is actually called or something. So if it doesn't already have the component, we call on add and then on insert. If it does already have the component, we call on replace, on insert. And if we're not re-adding the component, we call on replace, on remove. It's like that. So what ends up happening is that here we have access to the data that exists, like the pre-existing, like we can read what the current value is. here we can read what the new value is. So if we have to clean up something, like do some bookkeeping, like I'm doing here, where I'm going, hey, I need to despawn the old one, we can read what the old value was, despawn the old value, and then we get the new value, and then we can set up the new value. On add is like, or when, like, if you're inserting it into a dictionary, it's like on add, I know that it doesn't already exist in the dictionary, so I can do a different, like I can insert, whereas it, like on add, we insert it into the dictionary, and that's all we do. We don't actually set the value. We just make sure the dictionary has the key. And then on insert can 100% be guaranteed to never miss a key, because it'll always be there, because on add, make sure it's there. And then on insert can just read it, because that means that when we change the value by on replace, we also just on insert, because we already know that the key still exists because we did that. But then and so that's the idea, is on replace doesn't ever remove the key, because on insert could be called after, but then on remove would then remove the key. So we're stating, like, have we already configured the external information, and then now we use the new information? Are we changing pre-existing information? Now we configure with the new information. And then this is, are we intending to change it again? Yeah. So do we need to clean up this information? So it's yeah. The hooks are just as it calls it, a life cycle. So it's like it goes through. It's like it gets added, and it gets inserted, and then it can be modified or it can be removed. And depending on if it's modified or removed, depends on like how the arrows move back and forth. And then once it's removed, so you have to add it again. So you can like put your logic in different places depending on if that logic is for setting up the bookkeeping, cleaning up the bookkeeping, or just updating the bookkeeping. Anyways, I probably need to tweak it a little bit more so that the on despawns actually the quit can be put here, because what happens there is that because we have to borrow this to spawn it, we need to make sure that we've already returned the components here. And so I could, by knowing how I'm going to use it, I do that in quotes, but I could in theory just reborrow commands. And reborrowed commands means that I could tell the compiler that I know what I'm doing, and please don't tell me that I'm not allowed to do this. Anyway, let me hit quit, now quits. But the thing with doing quit that way, instead of just closing the application or panicking, is that this actually lets Bevy run its closing logic code. So it actually closes properly. Okay, I like that. It's fun. So this is the main menu one, so we can copy this and we can go to the escape menu and do exactly the same thing as on open escape menu. So we're going to go, I like this so much better because it means I can just declare them when I need them. So then we say first off, quit goes here. And then we say spawn, and then text quit and themed text. We have to bring themed text in. So actually the trick here would be to grab the themed text bit, cut that, go up to mod, and paste the themed text in here. And the idea of doing this is that most of my things is bring in super, which would then bring in mod, which brings in the themed text. In theory, probably should also make this part of super as well, just because it's this is a common thing to be hey, when buttons just pressed, do X or Y. So this sets this up and this sets this up. We need to modify these to use the right thing. No, this is the right one. This one's not set up right. So this one, resume. Because technically on resume could use the same thing as on play. Anyway, so we're going to go, hey, you go here, and then we say on. Yeah. Did I answer the question, or did I talk too into the weeds that you're still not following? Quit, resume does resume. Resume gets access to. Oops, too much. Go here, go here, go here. Okay, so resume, then we go here, this, and that should mean that when we enter the game, we can hit escape to get back out of the game. I need to make sure that the escape menu does the right thing, because what ends up happening is once you get into the game, so at the moment hitting escape actually locks the mouse unless you because the game's still technically running in the background. that's more of a, I should make sure that the player control stuff only runs when the game is running. But anyway, so we can go like settings and then camera, and then we're stuck because there's no way to go back. But I'm working on that. Right. So I think the trick with that is we need to make like a game state, and then we can call like, I think what's called like a meta state. And so the idea of a meta state is that we can do some fancy stuff with it. So if I want to put it in like main, because it's like a, so we're going to say like struct game state, and then this is going to have two states, playing and that's it's an enum, not a struct, enum, and then in menu. Okay, and then we're just going to drive. I want to say it's substate. Substate. Failed to pass substate. Require a source. Yes, okay, so substate, and then... But I don't remember how to do substates. So maybe we go back to here and we go, hello, any examples you have? Any chance you have an example of a sub state maybe state substates? Okay, so we say that the menu and in-game and then running and paused. So this feels outdated because why does this say, no, it's in the latest, why does it say scoped entities? Okay, so you need a source, and that source is app state and app state in game. So so a substate only exists if we're in a different state, which is interesting. Right, so it's the other way. It's this is our state. So which needs its debug pause and hash and equal, and then we can be like we want to probably default to in menu. Default. Oh, default. There we go. And then we make sure that you also are default. Right. So we have our game state default. Then we're going to also app.init add state. Okay. In init state. So we're init state. And the init state is the game state. Right. So game state. YouTube's bugging out. Okay, so we have our app init state, game state. We're playing. So the menu here, pubs, escape menu mod. So what I want to do is get the mod menu. I think the menu state here. We can also be really cheeky with it, because I think what we want to do, because I was fucking around the other day and I gave menus previous, so I think this is the menu state here can do this, but we want this to be a sub state. And then you need a source, which is how did it go? So the source goes to app state equals in-game. So game state equals game state in-game, in menu. Right. So now our menu state only exists when we're in menu, which I believe, we already need to check to make sure this doesn't crash. We also initially add substate, I believe is the correct one. So it sets up type implementing substate, this method, the idiomatic. It has no effect when called again, same generic type. Okay. So right, it's causing issues because somewhere in here I was using the fact that I was going to keep track of the menu stack, which I'm still going to do, but I think I'm going to do it in its own resource, because doing it in its own resource means that I don't need to clone the fucking menu all over the place. So we can go okay, so we can go like play, and then we hit escape, and look, it's not following, and then it follows, and then it's not following, it follows, and it's not following, it follows. Okay, I'm gonna say okay, now we start. That's the issue. The escape still works while we're in there, so that's it's probably smarter to go to our player and say that our player look and player move don't work while chain dot run. I think it's dot chain and then dot run if. Run if in state, whoop, in state game state playing. Okay, so that should mean that we don't have access to do that while the menus are open. So then next, I believe, maybe. I don't know if there's a way to have our menu stack be like only existing while in a state. Presumably we can, but like also maybe we don't want that, because we could then like do something fancy like so we're going to derive probably resource on it, because it'd be really weird. Resource. Why can I not spell? Struct menu stack. Okay. Right. The idea of having the menu stack as a persistent resource. I want to say there is a way of doing the menu stack being like only available while in a menu, but I kind of feel like if you're halfway through an escape menu and you hit escape again, you probably want to go back to the same place in the escape menu. Does that make sense? So derive resource. So we just need to make sure that you have default. Okay, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go import menu. Actually, I think technically I can just say deref and deref mute. Deref and deref mute. And the idea of doing deref and deref mute here is that basically deriving deref and deref mute means I can treat this struct here as if it is this vector. So I can do things like dot clear without having to manually implement like clear echo clear and then be like dot zero clear. So like I can just call dot clear on menu stack and it will clear the underlying vector, because it's like saying that the deref and deref mute say treat this type as its underlying type. So then we can do tricky things, which I feel like my on no menu thing, maybe. Because I'm also doing something really weird here, which do some states have stuff like self menu add substate? Because I'm kind of feeling like we want escape to toggle between, but we also only want the escape to run while not in that. I'm trying to think, because at the moment the way it works is that I have a menu that is no menu, and that's how we get in and out of the game. And it also is in charge of grabbing and ungrabbing the cursor. but I could also just add those as things that we do, like app dot like add systems. So this would be like first maybe. Automatic struct as an alias is wild. Yeah, I don't know if maybe I explained it poorly, because to me it makes a lot of sense, because this is what Rust calls new type. So because Rust has a bunch of rules, like what they call like things like the orphan rule, which is that you can't implement someone else's struct. You can't just be like, I'm going to put functions on you now. You have to either own the struct, or you have to own the type that you're implementing. So basically, like if you, as the creator of the crate, own the struct, you can do whatever you want in terms of declaring functions. Otherwise, you have to make an extension, basically, and implement that extension so that people can like opt in and out of your implementation of functions. And to get around that annoyance, sometimes you have the new type trait, which basically is saying, I'm wrapping this vector in a menu UID so that I can implement functions on this menu struct that are really just acting on a vector of menu IDs, but I don't want these methods to just appear on everyone, like anyone else that uses them. And also you wouldn't be allowed to, because orphan rule. But like the idea is like you can't implement helper functions onto vec menu ID itself, so you wrap it in a new type, and then the deref is just basically a way of making it opaque, not opaque, transparent. So like basically it's like you don't actually necessarily need to treat this any differently than you would treat this, but you can add extra functionality. Like it's like a way of telling the compiler that the types are different, and therefore because I think C++ probably does it a lot automatically with templating, but I don't know if you guys have generics in the same way that Rust does, where it's like you can literally implement a function in such a way that anything that does this now has this function. Rust still follows the orphan rules, which means that that can't apply to other people's shit, but you can like automatically implement traits by like saying, if this particular struct meets these conditions, then implement this trait for it automatically. Yeah, the fun thing about the orphan rule is you only really run into it when you are implementing like a crate that you want other people to use. It's not something that you tend to run into like in your general use, because most of the time you're running a function that takes in someone else's type and does something with it, not trying to implement a function that takes in that modifies the ability to interact with someone else's trait. So and the fun thing about it is you use new types all the time in Bevy, because Bevy basically says there can only be one resource of a specific type. So the idea being like, yeah, you could have a vec menu ID resource, and that actually used to be the case. Like early on, Bevy didn't have the derive resource. It was like literally any type whatsoever, as long as it was send and sync, could be a resource. And the issue that they went, no, we're going to remove that, because literally this trait does nothing. This literally does nothing except flag that this struct is allowed to be used in this way. And the idea was that people were doing things like putting a vec3 in as a resource and storing data in it. But it's like, people didn't realize that your use of the vec3 and someone else's use of the vec3, they're the same type under the hood, which means that you are fighting them for that information. And so they basically say you have to declare it as a resource so that they could protect like the generic types. So you could no longer use a random U32 as a resource, because everyone else that was using a random U32 as a resource would also be using the same U32. So it was like they could basically say these types are not supposed to be used like this. And so you have to wrap them to use them, because it's a way of distinguishing between my vec of menu IDs and someone else's vec of menu IDs, or like if you had two stacks of menu ID, like two vecs of menu IDs, you can make two different copies. So it's weird. Like, yeah, you haven't hit friction with it yet. Yeah, it's I don't think it even hashes them. I think it literally like assigns them a random number. And like, yeah, it probably uses the path or something to know what the random number is, but I don't think it's a hash specifically, because they do say that it's unstable between compilations where or maybe compiler versions. The std any type ID. So like every type has a type ID, which is a U64. I think it might even be U64. Size of const nothing. So data const pointer 16 divided by const pointers. The fuck? All right. Mutex B tree. Set. Unique. What? The type ID represents a globally unique identifier for a type. Each type ID is an opaque object which does not allow inspection of what's inside, but does allow basic operations such as cloning, comparison, printing, and showing. The type ID is currently only available for types which associate to static, but this limitation may be removed in the future. While type ID implements hash, partial ordering and ordering, it is worth noting that the hashes and ordering may vary between Rust releases. Beware of relying on them inside of your code. So basically the idea is that you should treat every type ID as only unique for that compilation, not universally unique. It's universally unique, but like it's not stable. Like you can't, your Rust's vec3 will not always be the same vec3 forever, which is kind of like cool, because I use type IDs all the time when I'm trying to be like, I just need something to be unique. Like I made a like a UI, it was a 2D rendering pipeline thing where it would do like a tree to determine what the next sprite would be. So you could have what they called, I think that was called like hand nodes. And the idea was that like when you get to this node, it would just like increment one at a time. So that was your standard animation, but you could like choose which hand node it went to by doing different things in like the decision tree. So it's like, oh, it's raining. So instead of going to the normal hand, you went to the wet hand, and it had the same like decision logic, but it was like it pointed to 5 completely separate sprites. And then like one of them was that you could have a specific sprite, or you could have a sprite map. A texture atlas. So it's like one might point to a texture atlas with an index, and the other might point to individual sprites. So you could do like different logic of being like, you could run through a sprite sheet, but then for specific like freeze frames, you could just go to a normal sprite that's got like a higher resolution or something like that. Like it's cool. I really want to go back to it, but I used type IDs in that so that when you stored data like a U32 as like part of the like internal variables, it stored it with its type ID so that you could like pull it back out and still know what the type was. You didn't have to fuck around trying to like type a list. And this is way back when I didn't know Rust, so a lot of the shit that I was doing was bad, because the one that I watched, like the video I was inspired by, he did it where I think everything was stored as a U32. So it's like the float would be converted to a U32 and then back to a float, or a string. It might have been that everything was stored as a string. So it would like serialize it and deserialize it is how it would be able to store everything. And I'm like, no, but if I use a type ID, I can like store it and its type ID. So if you try to get the wrong type back out, it yelled at you, which now that I know about Bevy's reflect and everything, it's like I could do so much better. I could just use reflect. But this was also like 3 or 4 years ago. So anyway, so systems first, I completely forgot what I was doing. I want to check something. I kind of want to spawn and despawn the menu, but maybe we'll just have to later. I was going to make sure that I could clear the stack or something. Interesting. I've actually completely forgot what I was doing. I got sidetracked talking about cool shit. So something about the menu stack, because we've inserted the menu stack. So I need to do something. So I think what I want to do is have like a, right. So we're going to be like open menus. So we're going to be like open menu. And apparently this is a function, which is concerning. Oh, this is my, like, right, this is, okay. So, go to spawn blank menu, right? I think. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind getting sidetracked because like at least I'm making progress, and it also makes the stream much better. Like I've done a few streams where I've like had either like nobody in the stream at all, like it's just me programming, or like nobody's talking, and I'm like, it feels really weird when I'm just talking about the code because I'm like, this is gonna suck as a VOD to go back and watch because it's just, you know, nobody's actually there, and it's just like 90% of the time it's just me sitting in silence typing. But like when I'm talking to someone that's like, oh yeah, they ask questions, like I get so much more in depth because it's like I can explain something and then have them be like, oh, but like this thing, and it's like the person before that was like, oh, what are you doing? And then I'm like, I explained, and then they went, I don't get it, like explain more. And I was like, okay, so like okay, so I never know how deep to go when I'm just sitting in silence. And also if I'm talking to someone, like explaining something like to someone, it makes a lot more sense than if I'm just like randomly explaining something when nobody's talking. So I actually think it's a good way because it keeps the engagement up. Like it's one of those, I feel like being a small streamer in terms of like keeping an entertaining stream is harder than when you're a big streamer and you can like literally just pick things randomly out of chat that are going flying by. The harder part of that is being able to keep up with the chat flying by. So we're going to spawn blank menu. So we're going to go down here and we're going to go like fn spawn underscore blank menu. So I feel like we might need multiple types of menu, because what I'm thinking, mute commands, right? So what I could probably do is say something like, actually run on enter menu, in a game state, because I'm thinking in menu something like the player's inventory probably doesn't want to call like be on the in menu state, or at least not the same menu. Like you probably want to have like playing, paused, and in menu or something like that, so that you can spawn different blank inventory things. But also there's no reason that like you couldn't, the idea of this being, this is just going to be like we need a struct struct menu root, and then we're going to drive component. I also found out the other day that apparently in Rust, for like memory saving reasons, if you have a zero size struct, zero size type, which is what this is, it's like it contains no data, but theoretically is a actual like struct that can be constructed and can exist, but is zero size, so the compiler optimizes it away, and at worst case will optimize it into it's a Boolean value representing if it exists or not. If you put that inside a vector, the vector will never allocate to the heap. It'll always be stack based, and that it doesn't even have a well, I think I might actually keep the length and the capacity, but like the way that it gets optimized is that it literally just sets its capacity to infinite, like, or to max U32, which I think is technically only 2 billion, because I think for some reason my brain is saying that the size of a capacity is always I size, not U size, and it's something like, because they use that final bit to indicate something that, like, and there's a bunch of like really niche optimizations that Rust does that are really cool, that I can see why Rust would be slower than C, and I think it's a dumb argument to say that Rust is worse because it could be slower, because it's literally the equivalent of Rust doing a whole bunch of shit that means that you don't fuck up and do certain types of memory operations that would, yeah, in fact, slow it down. But in bare metal cases, you're probably not using C either. You're probably also using assembly when the speed difference matters. But I think there's also ways to turn it off. But like, it does weird stuff. Like apparently there's a thing called provenance on pointers that I found out about the other day that I was reading like an article on. And the way that provenance works on a pointer is something like, it stores additional metadata that I think is stripped out in a release build, because I can't see it being useful in a release build, only in like debugging and like testing builds. But it would store like the size of the allocation and like how long the allocation was valid for, and whether the allocation is mutable or not. So that like if you try to use a pointer wrong, like if you take an immutable pointer, turn it into a mutable pointer, and try and mutate the value, the compiler knows that you're not allowed to do that and just will not let you. So I don't know if it was a compiler end or like at runtime or something, but they're talking about using it for static analysis. Well, no, it wasn't static. It was for like, there was the two libraries that they were talking about that you can use that would analyze the pointers using the provenance to be able to tell you if you were doing something that let you access a pointer outside of its bounds without bounds checking, because it was like, well, I guess technically it still needs to bounds check at some point, but you didn't need to save in your struct, like your vector, where its allocation, like how many bytes it had allocated, because it was saved in the provenance, which meant that like the pointer knew that it was going to access out of bounds. And they were saying that there was this weird stuff about like, if you're doing bare metal, you may not be able to use this because you may just need to conjure a pointer out of nowhere where it literally is just a number. But they're saying about like, in most cases, you allocate something that gives you a pointer, and then you should never turn that pointer into a U30, into a U size and back again, because you'll lose the provenance. Instead, you should use these like helper methods that basically modify where the pointer is pointing without losing its provenance. And then the provenance, I think, is very much like our Bevy does it too, where it's got like location. I want to say maybe location. Here it is, maybe location. So this is maybe location. Maybe location is like a really cool feat with the compiler thing. So maybe location has two versions of itself depending on if you have the compiler enabled or not. So it's got the phantom data marker because it needs to mark T, and then it's hidden just before the memory address that gets returned. It really, yeah. See, I don't know if C does it. I can see C++ doing it, but I didn't think C did it because that's part of one of those things where they're like, oh, but C is faster because C doesn't spend time doing that. It's how free knows how much free you can hide as much stuff as you like, so long as it's oh, so like you're saying like it's not actually even in the pointer itself at runtime. It's like it knows because the compiler is keeping track of you requesting. Maybe I think no, that's actually kind of cool. But from what I remember, people are saying that like C doesn't do that kind of thing because that's why C is faster. But I would have thought that C would have stored it in the allocator, because that would make the alloc and or the malloc and the free slightly slower, because it needs to keep track of it. But it means that you don't have to use it at the end. But I guess it doesn't really matter, because once it's there, it's the idea that we use 64-bit computers, but none of us have so many petabits of fucking. It might have been exobits. I don't remember. We can do that math quickly. Calculator. Is it 2 to the 64? So we've got. So it's kilo, mega, giga, tera, exo. No, it's. These would be petabits. So yeah, 18 exobits. You need 18 exabytes of memory to use all 64 bits of the address. So I think most computers go to 48 or something. So it's like 2 to the 48. I think might be what we're up to. So that would give us mega, giga, tera, like kilo, mega, giga, tera. No, so it must be even less. It must be maybe 42, 2 to the 42. That seems more like it. So that's, you can have 4 petabits of fucking of RAM, and then the like rest of the address space. It only does it for malloc size. It basically allocates byte size U32 mem array and returns the pointer to mem. When free, it knows that byte size is hidden before it. Oh, okay. So you're saying that like what it returns is the pointer to the end, but it hides the metadata before the pointer. Oh, that's so fucking cheeky. I love that. That is fucking. that's actually fucking so good. So I want to draw that because that so I'm gonna go like Google Slides. Make sure I got this right because I vaguely remember something about this. I like seeing it because I think I was watching like Cherno do something where they were saying like they did that metadata hiding thing. They don't like doing it, but like it is something you can do. So if I'm understanding you, so what we do is we have this piece of memory. Be like a thicker border maybe, like this. And then we go like this, and then we go like this. I think what actually is happening is this, because when you say like it does byte size and then mem and then gives a pointer to mem. So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, is it does this. This is what malloc returns, is this pointer. PTR, pointer. So this pointer points to our data. And then this is our length. And so we point to data, but we know that if we actually subtract one from the pointer, we end up in the length. That's so good. I think what Rust is doing is more like I think Rust's works more like this. So it's pointer like so it'll work to like 0. It's like this, and then like 1 and do this, and it's 6 bytes, something like this. Arrange it properly. So they're here, and then we're gonna go here. So that's 6, and we need to scale that down. Because I think, if memory serves, good thing in a phone call. Okay. If memory serves, it's like this, like this, like this. So, Rust does, the length goes here. What the fuck? Something is beeping. I don't like that. So, from what I remember, Rust kind of goes like this, where it goes, the bottom, let's say 6 bytes. The fuck is beeping? I don't like it. The fuck? Right. So, like, this is your address, because basically what they're saying is that, I think, is it 42? 42 divided by 8. No, so what is 5 times 8? 40? And we said like 40, 2 to the 40. 2 to the 40. Right. So you can have one petabyte. So I think that's how it works. Is that, so I said 2 to the 5. So that would mean that this byte also. So like it has these 3 bytes at the beginning of each address that like technically you're not allowed to touch these bytes. Like they are address bytes in that like it's a 64-bit address. And then it has the length and the cap. So we're saying this is a vector or a string. So the idea is that you have your pointer to the data and then how much memory is allocated and the capacity, or how much is allocated and how much is currently being used. But I think what ends up happening is the provenance kind of works more like this, where it's like you have to get this as the minimum. Like no matter what, you're getting a 64-bit character. And then you can use 1 exabyte of memory, 1 petabyte of memory, because they're basically saying that like we are decades away from needing that much memory in a single computer. So like my motherboard, I don't think I can put more than 128 gigabytes in, because it literally does not have enough address bits. Like it cannot address that memory because the motherboard went, fuck it, we're not wasting copper connecting wires that will never be used. But I had one that was, it couldn't go above 32 or might have been 64, where it was like, because they just didn't have that address bit. And then it's like these 3 bytes could be used for anything. So it's like this one, let's just split up into like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So you got 7 bits. And it's like this bit is like the mute bit. So what it can do is set the uppermost bit of the address. That does the same So long as you know what your type, you can keep stacking hidden metadata frames. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I mean. They're getting to Terra, and this much pointer address gives you into the peta. So that's like 1,000 times again. Well, it's not even, it's 1,024 times again. Like as long as that, we get the calculator. And we said, so 2 to the 40, which is 5 bytes, gives us mega, kilo mega, or no, this is bytes. Maybe it's the other way. It might be 48 then. Might be this one as well. Maybe I had it right the first time. Maybe this one. I think I was counting by the wrong order. So like these are bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes. So 1 terabyte, that's 40. So if we go 2 to the 48, so it must be 48. I just remember it's like it's a really big number. So the idea is, so now we've got bytes, mega, so kilo, mega, giga, tera. So until servers start getting to 281 terabytes, you don't need more than 48 address bits. And then you can keep these 16 address bits for anything else. And I think the idea is that they're trying to keep everything in that topmost bit. Like it's like, if the address is negative, it implies that it's mutable. And if it's positive, it's not mutable. I don't even know if they're doing it yet, but that's what I've been told. It's like sort of like a, you can effectively, it's called like address space mirroring, and they used to do it on consoles. And so the idea was that like on a console, you would have your data like this. But like what would actually happen is you would have your top address bit didn't actually connect to anything. And so you'd actually have 2 copies of your data, because if you set the topmost bit, you actually got a second shadow copy of your data, because, you know, you did that. But what it meant is that you could, for example, you then set like a different bit, and you would get access to your like RAM. And so your RAM would be down here. So the idea is that if you address like the top so many bits, you would end up in your data. But if you addressed the bottommost bit, like frame, you'd end up in your RAM. And then if you wanted to access this piece of data in future, you just had to set the top, like the very last bit being 1 or a 0, meant whether you were in this region or this region. And so it's like, if you ever actually needed this piece of memory that was shadowed behind the RAM, you could get there. But the thing was, is that they were, most RAM cards were, or most ROM chips were only using like this much memory space. So they had all this anyway. Like if you want to put 2 ROM chips in, you can wire that up. But like if you needed to access this to have like a 3rd ROM chip, or I guess it'd be a 4th, because they'd only ever take up like a binary amount, like a power of 2 amount. But the idea is like, if you wanted to access like down here behind this chip, because all your other peripherals would be in here as well, you could like do that by setting the top bit, and it might only be memory now. And it's this cool thing. So technically probably the other way around, is it would be that if the top bit was set, you were now accessing peripherals. And so if the top bit was set, you'd hit the peripheral first. But if there was no peripheral, then you would just fall through into the memory. But it was like a thing about like, actually we can find it, is we can be like Game Boy, I think it was Game Boy, memory. So we want to go, yeah. So it's like the idea is that like these address spaces is, so you have, this is the original memory space. This is the actual where the ROM is actually mapped to. And then this is like any of these addresses will just match their corresponding mapping, or here will also just map to their corresponding mapping. And then here's your RAM, and then here's your like shadows of the RAM, and then this would be your peripherals and your this. So it's like the idea is, and then these weren't even wired up. So this, like, there's a way that, like, I don't remember how you visualize, but there's a way you can visualize this as like, if the top pin is set, you're up here, and that's why like you can address all the way from 0 to FF, means that like whatever the bottom byte, if the bottom pin is set, then half the memory just goes to ROM. It just enables the ROM chip. That's what this is doing, is enabling the ROM chip. If it's not set, then the ROM chip's not enabled, which means that if you enable the RAM chip, which apparently must be going through some kind of logic gate. So it's like, if a certain bit is set, then this chip is on. If a certain bit is set, then this chip is on. And some reason, like you can have this chip on without this chip on, I don't know, but it falls through into that. Anyway. But the idea is like, and then this is a different bit being off, because I guess it's on and then it'd be off, and then so it's like the idea being like depending on which other bits you had set, you could set and address different regions, and it like someone. I think it's Retro Games Explained on YouTube. We can go to YouTube. I think I'm signed into. Share that over this. Yeah, I am signed in my YouTube account, not my personal account. Retro Game Explained. Ooh. I think it's Retro Games Explained. Yeah. So Retro Game Mechanics Explained. They have a video somewhere. I don't know which of their videos. That's where that picture was from. Is this channel? They actually explain how the logic is physically wired up. That like explains why you end up with this mirroring behavior is like literally like the chip is connected and the chip enable is connected to a specific address pin. So if that pin is ever set, then the chip's turned on. And then there's a certain regions that's like you can't have both turned on. So it's like then it has like a NOR gate where it's like if either of these are on, then it flips it, and that's why you end up with a whole region dedicated to the RAM, to the ROM. Is that like if anything turns on the ROM chip, then everything else is turned off. So all those addresses just mirror themselves into the ROM chip. And like a whole bunch of them is like they mirror themselves into the ROM chip in that any address is just the bottom half of the ROM chip, because if you're not addressing the top bit, then you're not turning on the other ROM chips. Anyway, back to the original thing that I originally opened this for, and instead of getting really distracted, is this maybe location is sized because it has T, unless it's run in release, I think, or you turn the feature off. If you turn the feature off, the feature track location. If you turn track location off, it no longer holds T. It only holds phantom data, which is 0 sized, which means that this type is now 0 sized, which means that the compiler optimizes it away entirely. So you can still access it, but if you turn the feature off, you don't have to modify your code in any way. It just gets smaller. Oh yeah, Ben Eater and his fucking breadboard computer is fucking awesome. I love that. I haven't watched all of his videos because I personally get slightly envious at the fact that he can actually build a breadboard computer without it turning into spaghetti, because every time I try to do it, I get really frustrated with all the wires going everywhere. But all his are like so well put together that I'm like, wow, that's awesome. But I know I could never do it. So I watch his videos like individual like videos at a time, not his whole series, because his whole series frustrates my inability to not be able to do the same thing. Into why it makes sense for it to be so weird. Yeah. So I like watching his stuff where he goes, I still don't know what this beeping noise is. When he goes through like the data sheet and explains like a whole bunch of stuff about like the timing of things and how different, like, oh, we'll do this way so that it turns the chip on while we configure other stuff to then turn the chip, like actually like read the data. So it's like gives it time for the data to settle, which is like such a, wow, I never really thought about that in data sheets. It's like, yeah, you actually have to really pay attention to when you turn the chip on and then when you actually start talking to the chip, maybe do some logic in between so that the power has a little bit of time to settle so that you can start talking to the chip properly. Yeah. So I find it amazing that like Bevy has integrated certain things into its system of like, you don't have to modify your code. If you turn the feature off, then suddenly the compiler will remove it all. Like it's the same as like there's a bunch of things that like in a release build, the compiler just removes it all. Okay, so we're going to say that open main menu does this. And then we'll fuck off all the stuff that's specific to you, and then we go, hey, so you do this, you do this. I don't quite know about these percentages. I might try and work out if I can keep them the same. So don't despawn on exit menu state. We want to despawn on exit game state in menu. And then this is the menu menu root, right? And then we stick the menu root container on like so, and then we do that, and we go this in the background colors like that, and then I feel like we can go, is it border radius, UI rect all, wait, what? Because it's border radius, border radius all, and then you can do really tricky stuff, like you can say val %, I'd be like 5% please, because that means no matter what resolution the screen is, because that's why my corner radius is so tiny, is because Bevy's decided to use pixels and not percentage, which means that because I'm on a 4K screen and I'm giving it 30% of the width of my screen, then 10 pixels is a tiny border radius. That's why I do all my like independent stuff. So like the padding is pixels, because all I want the padding to be is don't touch the edge, let there be a line, and I don't care how thick the line is, there just needs to physically be a line. But I actually want the border radius to be noticeably curved, so I've said make it 5%. Anyway, so we're going to spawn the blank menu, and so that's going to work in that when we enter this, we spawn the blank menu, and then we don't even have to worry about despawning the blank menu because we've already got despawn on exit. So we have this, and then this, and then in-game. Actually, I think I might jump on Discord and like move into one of my group chats if anyone wants to go onto Discord and like actually talking on stream. Jump in the lounge. And then we'll just go to like announcements. I wonder if I can share that. I gotta get better at actually like posting in my Discord that I'm live, because I think some of my better streams have happened because I posted to let people know that I'm actually live right now. So I'm gonna be like live at here, live now if anyone wants to come and chat. Feel free to join the voice if lounge if you don't if you to chat it was not suspiciously close. It is like exactly. Because if you notice, if I go here and say, hover over this and go align, it says, hey, in Flexbox context and in CSS grid context. It's like, so it knows, like it specifically is referring to exactly the same things. What I like about it though is that it's kind of annoying, because what I don't like is that pixels is a float, which means that you can actually do subpixels, and it's like, why not make pixels a U32 if you're going to make like actual float difference? But there's also I like that it's hard coded. What I don't like is that I think that's why some of these types, like justify content goes in justify content and justify items goes in justify items, is because this has stretch, where I don't think justify content has stretch. Like they're not exactly identical. It does have stretch, but it's got space between, space around, and space evenly. And do you have space between, space around, and space evenly? No. So this one is missing 3 of the fields that the other one has. So this justify content has more fields. So it has to be a different type, which annoys me because it means everything's its own type, which makes it a little bit more annoying to put things in. But it also means that it's impossible to go, oh, can I do a line as something that you can't actually use? Like CSS, you can type any of the names into any of the fields and it will do it. And well, it'll let you, but it doesn't mean it'll actually work. Yeah, letting my community know. Well, it's not even like specifically my community, because obviously this stream was particularly bad because I think I posted the I'll be streaming, like telling YouTube, I'll be like in 5 minutes I'll be doing it. Like at least yesterday's stream I put it up the day before, which I've then renamed and changed the thumbnail for that stream because I lost so many subscribers because people did not like that I used the word vibe coding in it. So I've renamed it because I didn't really do much vibe coding and wasn't planning on actually doing any vibe coding. I was vibe document creating, but people didn't like it. But this one I was like about 5 minutes before. Yeah, it's great for my type of teaching myself, where I'm like, man, what can I possibly do? And by looking at like the justify content, I know exactly what values are allowed, and also Bevy fucking documents everything. So like you can literally be like, oh, what does this one do? It's basically, oh, the items are distributed such that the gap between any 2 items is equal, which it also doesn't appear to be doing, because the buttons Oh, I guess it's giving no space between them. But I don't know what the fuck is beeping. I don't know if it's coming through stream either. Can you guys hear the beeping? I don't know if it's just me. Like it could be that my headphones are picking up something, or it could be that my microphone is feeding something out. I don't fucking know what it is. It's very annoying. Yeah. Yeah, but it's nice for that. But yeah, it is very annoying when you're like, but I just want to type the same one, and it's like, oh, but I put justify content instead of justify items. It's not too bad with IntelliSense, but it's fucking really annoying when you like when my IntelliSense is being slow and I'm typing quickly, and then it's just like, I'm going, what the fuck did I do wrong? Oh, I put the wrong one in. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, so you spawn the blank menu, and then we have to go to each menu now, which is kind of annoying. I think that's probably what's happening, but I would have thought, but obviously, like, I've got the wrong, and it's, I don't understand flex, because everyone goes, oh, it's Bevy's UI. No, it's, I don't understand flex. But I would have thought, because I've given it some amount of padding, that it would have detected that this item isn't touching the top, and therefore would have put the same amount of spacing after this item, and after this item, and after this item, before it worked out how much to make them grow. Like, I know that there is a way to make them not take up the whole space, but that way of doing that might literally be to specify that they need some amount of padding or some amount of margin around them, and that might then do it. The issue is that it is deciding to work out how much to grow them before it decides how much space to put around them, and yeah, so they fill up the 100% of the space. I'm just surprised that the padding doesn't get calculated first and factored in. But it might also be that because I've got space between it, like maybe it's space around. Maybe that's the problem. And this is what I mean, is that I don't know which of these to use, but I know that there is a way to get it to work, and it might be because I need to do space around. The items are distributed such as the gap between the items. Nope, still not doing it. And then what's the other one? There was space evenly. Nope, still not doing it. I don't know how to get it to factor in the parent's container properly. Does Bevy have a view that manages the position of sprites? What do you mean by view that manages the position of sprites? From like my like the technical languages, Bevy does Flexbox to control the position of UI, and that's what we're doing now. Is that if I like add more elements, it'll automatically space them around. Sprites are completely separate. They're 2D objects, and they have completely different rules. So like Bevy doesn't automatically position sprites. You would manage the position of a sprite because that's part of your game, like your visuals of your game, whereas UI is UI elements and they're nodes and are managed by Bevy. Both justify items and justify contents, usually you only use one of them. Okay, but which one? I think I've got them all turned on because I was trying to get the text to be in the center, and it kept not putting the text in the center because I had the text in the wrong place. Oh, also the other issue could also be that I'm messing with this, which is not actually the element that they're in. I just realized that would also not be helping. So we're gonna go to main. We're gonna go to main. We're gonna go root, which is going to be single, and we need entity with menu. That could also help, that we were tweaking the I spelled that wrong. Single, please. Single, please, brain, please. Nope, apparently that's also not it. Single. Brain? Okay, good. So we're going to say commands dot entity root dot add children. No, with children. Spawn dot insert children. All right, insert, and then we go and we go hello, insert, and we go why differences? Yeah, okay, you'd probably okay. Maybe. I'm having trouble fixing the position and keeping... Oh, okay. So what you want to do is you want hot reloading. So what you can do is go new folder, assets, and then what you want to do... It's a little bit of overkill, to be honest, doing this way, because usually you just make like a thing. So what you want to do is go like map. So we're going to go let new pause. I don't know, we're going to like maybe struct pub struct pause. Right, and then the pause is just going to, I guess technically pause will just be a vec3. So we need to bring in the Bevy prelude like this, and then we want to go, you are a derive asset. I guess actually technically you could do a scene, couldn't you? That might be smarter. So what you'd want to do, I guess, then is we're going to go, we'll go plug in. I'm trying to like do it in a way that's not going to take me 20 minutes to set up to just demonstrate. So we're going to go like map plugin. Then we want to go something like then spawn scene. And we're also going to go, because I like doing it this way, test save. And then save scene. Scene like this, something like this. Okay, so save scene is my shitty way of being like scene new world. Okay, so we say world dot spawn. Okay, let new world equals world new world dot spawn so we're going to say name new grab. I don't know if this will work because name may not be serialized, but anyway, grab, then transform from translation vec3 new. Right. No. 0. Right. So we have our world. We have our world, then we're going to save our world. Home let s equal right, and then we're going to say I think yep, that should be good. So we need to go 30 equals. Actually, I don't even know what we need to set it. We just need ron. Ron equals this. Right. We may need to enable serialization. I don't know if that's on by default with Bevy, but we'll go back to map here. And we're going to say print line. So it's yeah, actually debug it, but then we're going to say not s debug print ron 2 string s reference to this. Okay, so scene doesn't have serialize, which I believe is actually an issue with this, saying that we need to go. This is annoying because I can never remember these fucking features. So we go docs rs. Someone told me there's a way you can do it in like with cargo to get it to print out all the features of a crate, but Bevy has so many goddamn features that it doesn't really work. serialize. So it's serialize, and just so that like you can see what we're going to use, we're going to say file watcher. Right. I think it's called file watcher. Double check file. File watcher. So yeah, okay. So we're turning on serialize so that we can serialize certain types like vectors and stuff, vectors and transforms, and we're turning on file watcher, which means that the assets in here, it's going to call this test dot run, like that. Right. Let me go back to stream so I can see if anyone's talking, so I don't fuck up. Okay, so we go what are we doing? So test. Go back to our map. So he's going to run this, and hopefully this should still compile. Ooh, it's going to take a while because I've turned on features, which means it's going to. It stopped complaining. That could just be that the Rust analyzer isn't running. Update to restart. No. Okay. Well, can you please restart you so that we get to compiler first? All right. So it's pre-compiling everything with serialize and file watch turned on. Then we're going to go here. We're going to say. We probably should have done other stuff, but anyway. Mute commands. Then we say, and we need the asset server. Well, actually no. Trying to remember. Maybe it's like assets. No, yeah, we need to use the asset server. I don't know what file format the asset server loads assets in. What's the easiest way to do this? GLTF, maybe? So we go Blender. There we go. Please Steam, do not dox me. So basically what we're going to end up doing is we're going to we'll open up Blender and we'll do it in Blender, because otherwise I have to make some kind of parser that passes that like loads something as an asset, because otherwise the file watcher won't actually be watching it. So we can just like load a GLTF file, but the idea is that you would set this up specifically for like how you want to save your stuff. There's also hot reloading that you could look into. I think it's called Subsecond. Is like a crate that someone made for Bevy to do hot reloading. I have not personally got it working, and the friend I was trying to get it working with did not have any luck. And they're on Linux, which is supposed to be even easier. It didn't like whatever I did wrong, which is that you don't implement serialize. Okay, yeah. Well, we're not doing that anymore, so bye. So Blender, please. Yes, please run. Continue. Okay, loading user data. Why does everything keep fucking coming back onto the main monitor? Go away. Told you not to. Anyway, we'll just like load a square. Yeah, and then we're gonna go. We'll delete the camera and the light, because otherwise Bevy will try and load the camera and the light. And we're gonna go export GLTF, and we're gonna export. I don't want it to be a binary. Right. Keep original? No. Sure. So we're gonna go to our here projects. No, somehow we end dimensional chest. New hex game. No, it's voxel idle game. Assets, and then this is just gonna be cube GLTF export. Then we exit this. We don't save that. Okay, so now we have that cube GLTF, which in here somewhere is our scene, buffer, meshes, materials, node, scene. So scene 0, node, cube, somewhere, mesh. Somewhere in this fucking file, this is going to be zeros. Scenes, scene, asset, node, material, mesh, somewhere one of these is going to be the fucking offset. So it's not the buffer view. Not the buffer. One of these is the position, and I cannot for the life of me work out which of these is supposed to be the fucking... position. No, attribute is a mesh. We don't care the mesh. Material, base color, node. What the fuck? Accessories. Type. Is this it? Buffer view. I feel like this is inside the count, but type is vec3, vec2, scalar. Buffer view. Bytes, target, bytes, buffer. Okay, fuck you. Apparently GLTF is not a very good file for editing because I was expecting it to have like a transform in it. Anyway, we can go... If I reopen Blender, you'll be able to see what I'm going to do, but obviously GLTF is not the correct file format apparently for this, but anyway. We're going to say assets server. It's res, that's res asset server. Like so, and then we say commands dot spawn asset assets dot load. Actually, it might be scene. I think it's scene root, and then it would be cube dot gltf hash scene dot scene 0 would be my best bet here. And then we say app.add systems startup spawn scene. Okay. Yeah, it's not so much that the it's got more stuff than I was expecting. It's more that I was expecting it to at the very least have just like a position XYZ, but instead it's like storing the position in the binary blob, which throws me because it means that I can't show the thing that I was going to show, which is that like you could just modify the scene because it's like it's binary. Yeah, the idea is it's not very hard to set it up. I just don't want to spend ages setting it up because I'm supposed to be working on other stuff. But I can if you decide that like you actually want to see it. So we go play. Why did it crash? Did it no? Oh, because it was still fucking. Okay, the UI is a little bit broken, so maybe we turn off where is it? So I also still have not worked out where this beeping is coming from. So you do that, Okay, so you do this. It'd be really funny if I do just actually yeah, fuck it. We're gonna go and actually implement it, and then I'll post it so that you can copy and paste the code because I've decided that it's too much fucking hassle. So we're gonna go struct cube, and then this is gonna have, and then we're like struct. I guess we'll call this scene root. We'll make our own scene root. And this is going to have a handle to a scene. And then we're going to say that this is to a cube which holds a vec. Right. And then we're going to say, hey, okay, technically we'll call you a sprite. a image. The issue is that all these names are taken, and I don't want to like overwrite Bevy names because it'll confuse you later. So we're gonna call it a cube because Bevy doesn't actually technically use cube, and we're gonna say cube. Your handle to cube, which is gonna yell at us because cube's not an asset. So we're gonna derive asset. Side train rather than crashing the fuck out. I don't know, because I've watched a lot of voting stuff and I feel like it's more like, because I watch his YouTube stuff, it's more like he crashes out because he gets so sick of everyone asking the same shit over and over and over and then telling him that he's a bad programmer because he's not doing what they asked. So like I agree, like it's his videos do sometimes, like his bike shedding rants and stuff, it can be funny but also like infuriating, but also I feel like a lot of that comes down to he's getting annoyed and then he's cutting a lot of the stuff that was getting him annoyed out. Doing like mesh. Oh, the mesh bit completely unnecessary, by the way. Doing like assets dot add, not cube, it's cuboid. You'll see me crash out because I get just super sidetracked. But to me, I'm so aware that I get super sidetracked, and it also, well, it technically might have to become my livelihood, but at the moment, YouTube is not my livelihood. Like, I don't need YouTube to succeed. So I can see him getting annoyed where he's like, I'm trying to do this thing to make an entertaining stream, and everyone keeps telling me that I should be doing something else. Or, like, I was watching him do his B compiler, and there's like, you can watch him just sort of descend into madness as you get further and further into the stream, and you can see like they're cutting big chunks out of him being like, no, but like, it's the B compiler, I'm making it to the spec, so stop telling me to improve it because the spec is bad. Like, I'm meeting the spec, not doing what I want to do. I'm trying to, and it's like, yeah, so you can see that like he's getting sick of people who haven't been watching the whole stream coming in and telling him the same shit over and over. And we're also gonna, so we're gonna say scene root, and scene root is going to take in a assets dot load test.ron. We're gonna call it test.cube because that's gonna be important. Cube, right? So test.cube. Then we're gonna say hello. Please load test.cube. It's called cube. Test.cube. Right. So then we load test.cube. So everything else should be fine. So this is gonna yell at me that it's a bundle. So we say spawn and we say that you are not a component. Okay. So derive component. Right. I think that's how that works. Right. Then we're going to go down here. We're going to go asset. Okay. We're going to import asset. Loader. For. I guess we need to call it cube and be really done with it. And so the way that this is going to end. Qualify. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've never actually seen the streams, so I don't actually know how much he crashes out, like if it's really bad and they cut that out of the video, but like watching the stream, I'm like, sometimes I'm very much on his side. I also find it funny because the last time I talked about zoning on stream, it was someone saying that they thought that Pirate Software's approach to telling people how they should be like approaching programming was so much better, and I kind of went, yeah, but I feel like Pirate Software's is like a fake, whereas Zoding's feels much more like he's just saying, but it doesn't fucking matter, so stop telling, like, you know, he's just being like honest. And then the whole Pirate Software shit exploded because I thought with that, like, I think Pirate Software shorts are great, but like, I personally prefer Zoding's approach of fuck off if you don't like how I'm doing things. And then Pirate Software blew up as being like, actually he's a bad guy, and I was like not so much vindicated, but I was like, it's really odd that I picked up on that without actually watching any of his content. It was just the shorts that showed up. I kind of went, it feels so fake, and then it turned out that it was all fake. Yeah, brain melting. Yeah. It was just, I thought it was really funny watching like him be like, yes, but I'm not trying to make a better compiler. This is a compiler from. He was also doing something with. Because again, I don't watch his content, I occasionally watch a stream or two. He had something called, like, Sea Rust or something? Or Crust, I think it was actually called. And it was like, it let you compile Rust using the C compiler so that it didn't do all the borrow checking, so you could write Rust code, or you could compile Rust code with the C compiler so that it was fast, but like it still was written as Rust. And I was like, that is such a good idea, because I want them to do that. Well, it's not even that he was lacking the technicals, it was that his shit felt like he'd eaten a fucking self-help book and was just spitting out the bits that were like non-controversial. He never really had a like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. It was always, oh, well, you've got to do this and that. And I'm like, yes, but also bike shedding is dumb as shit. So mixing magic, yeah. So it's we're just gonna reset this because I think the AI filled that in, not the. That's also another thing. I wish the fucking type error is just. This is the greatest cheat ever. Also, if you want to make like really versatile errors, but you don't want to write a type, you can just return static strings. And then, like at the very least, you can type settings is nothing. Then you can fuck around with the stuff. But yeah, like my thing with Pirate that I didn't like from the beginning, without rewatching any of his content, was that he never seemed to have a like, yeah, but sometimes it is just kind of fucked. It was always, oh well, you know, it's all about this, and it's like it felt so clip channel-y, like where it is just he said something and everyone really went, oh wow, that's such an insightful thing, so they clipped it, and then it's like nothing else, and I'm like, yeah. So I personally felt that he was like zoning stuff where he's telling people to like, who cares what it looks like if you're not the person who has to deal with the code? Don't tell other people what they should. It's part of the issue I see with when people complain about Rust programmers being like, oh, all Rust programmers are this, like, oh, they all just want to tell you to use Rust all the time. It's like, no, it's more like people that use Rust have that level of autism where they're like, but it has to be this way, and then you don't do that thing, and that's what they're getting annoyed at. Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I never actually watched any of his streams. It was just the clips, and then I saw someone talking about how he's like, every single story is just literally like a integer that says whether that flag has been hit or not, and it's like, no wonder the game's not fucking working, because it's not like he was using a C-style enum where they're like named integers. They were just actually an array of fucking integers. Yeah, like I never actually watched any of him doing any coding, but like I did see some people talk about his code and shit, and one of them was, it was literally like every story event was just an integer number that he incremented by 1 when the story event happened. So there was no way to set flags, there was no way to branch. It was just like, yep, increment by 1. Increment, yeah, if you increment by 10, then it meant that you were basically saying that entire sub branch had been cut, but they weren't named in any way. It was fucked. It was so bad. Async no. Okay, let contents equals read to string, read to string, read to end, maybe? That doesn't seem right. Cube, okay, so I gotta stop letting the AI do shit, because I know how to write this, but the AI keeps putting too much, it keeps going too far. If you've ever curious, the code, here's this video on him learning Game Maker for a single day to clean his code. Oh no. Oh no. Code Jesus sounds like, I don't remember what it was. Have you seen the Yandere dev one where the guy goes and like reads through the Yandere dev fucking stuff where he's going like, people aren't being mean to you, man, like you code shit. That's my point though, is I personally don't think that the sign of good code is code that compiles without errors. I think the sign of good code is code that you can add to without needing to hit errors. And it's a lot of people talk about Rust being really bad because if you make a slight architectural change, you have to refactor your entire code base. And I'm like, that feels more like you're a C programmer writing Rust code, and then you go, oh, I need to change this, and Rust goes, that's going to break all these things, fix them first, and then the C programmer goes, no, I don't want to fix them. Like, I'll fix them later. And it's like, so what it is that the C programmer or the C++ programmer is going, but if I change this in C, it would just let me do it. And I'm like, yeah, and then Rust tells you where every single fucking bug would be in future. Not that they are now. or that, like, you know, they will ever be a problem, but it's saying that these are potential vectors for bugs that you should change because you modified the code somewhere else that is explicitly relying on the fact that it can't be that shape. So fix it. And then, like, they go, I'd always want you to refactor everything. I'm like, yeah, because as a C developer, you've learned that you can just change shit and not care about how it impacts everything else. I fucking Yandere dev's funny as fuck though, because he put was apparently every single thing lived in a single update script on the same component. Like he had like a run game component that had every single fucking script in the update that was like thousands of lines long that did a switch like a match statement to select what thing was running its logic on that fucking frame. It was the most insane. I watched like a 2.5 hour code thing of the guy just going insane as he's reading the code going, what do you fucking mean? Why was this ever a good idea in your head? I fucking loved it. It was so good. So we have there's a string and then we're going to say reader dot, what can we do with the reader? Read the string. Like, that's just a thing we can do. Why did you say that I couldn't do that before? Okay. Mute content. I'm sorry for the person who's going, oh, low level of skill. Okay, I got you. I thought you were just saying, like, low level is in, like, because they were doing low level in that they were using if statements instead of a fucking match case. It was if, else, or, like, you know, rather than a fucking match on the ID. At least Pirate Software did a fucking match. So wait, no method named read string found from in the current scope. Why are you complaining? Async read. Why? Okay. I don't know why that is yelling at me saying it cannot do that. Use SDIO read. No. Reader. So it needs async read. Can I do something to it? I know there's a way you can fucking do this, but I just don't know what it is. Boxed reader, bytes, chain, fucking use. It's I probably have to use Bevy async reader. Bevy a assets maybe. Was it telling me? It told me where it was. Asset IO reader. Do I have to do that? Or is it async reader? It tells me where this comes from. No, yeah. It's literally just said, oh, yeah, we'll do this to fix it. Fucking beeping noise. It's driving me insane. I don't know what it is that is beeping. And every time I start looking for it, it changes the speed that it's beeping, which tells me that it's something related to me. Like I'm moving closer or further away from whatever's fucking beeping. It's definitely coming through my headphones as well. So it's like something electrically is causing a pulse. It's causing my microphone to beep. And then because of my headphones are plugged in through my microphone. My guess is he learned to program in ActionScript 2 Days of Flash games. That was the correct way because it's the only option. I think it's more likely that he's one of those creatives where it's like he didn't learn to program. He started making the game that he wanted to make, and I'm like, you know, at least he finished a game to a level that he had started selling it, but like it meant that he put so much tech debt into it. Like I don't think it's like he learnt the wrong way to do it. I think he never learnt any way of doing it, and he was just doing what worked. Like it was like when I first made Minecraft mods back when I was like 12, it was like all I could do was add items to the game that already did things that were already in the game, like different materials to make pickaxes out of and like different durabilities, because I was just copy pasting the scripts that other people had already written. I wasn't actually learning how it worked, and I feel like that's what he's done is he didn't realize how it was working. He just knew that if he put more if statements he could make it do more different things, instead of realizing that maybe every like entity should have it, or each like object should have its own script that controls it. He put everything in the same script because he didn't know how to make them play nice with each other. I see it a lot with people talking about like Bevy as well, where they're like, oh, like one person fucking said, oh yeah, resources, the secret hidden R in ECS. And I'm like, what do you fucking mean? Like, you do realize that a resource is just an entity with one component, or technically it's not even that. It's one entity that exists somewhere with components that are only allowed to be put on it. And it's like, yeah, if you never learned he taught himself how to program, which, you know, it's fine. I mean, a lot of shit that I do, it's like, it shouldn't be that hard because I've taught myself and not learned. And then I watch a tutorial and I'm like, oh fuck, how did I not know that? Or like I'll read someone else's code and find out about all the helper functions in Rust. Like there's the like and then, or the .ok that I didn't know about for the longest time, that I was match casing and unwrapping fucking everything, and it makes such messy code to find out. And then when you look at the code underneath, like when you do like the F12 to read it, it is just an if-let statement. It's just that they conveniently wrap it so that it's clear what it's doing so that you can do it better. Anyway, we need to go something like let cube equal I feel bad for the person that's going, I can't work this out, and I'm going, oh, okay, I'll program it for you. And I get so fucking distracted. Run from stir contents bad to pass cube. Except we need to go back to here. We need to go, hey, can you give me 30 rows? And then we go here, we go. Okay. 30 serialize and 30 deserialize. Okay, so we do this and this, and then I don't care if you succeed or not because you'll throw an error somewhere else. I don't care about your settings, and oh no, I think I need to do something with load context, don't I? You need to return an asset, self asset. No, that should work. I don't think I need to touch your load context. Well, technically I don't do anything at the moment because I quit my job last week. That's why I'm streaming in the middle of the day, my time. I was a machinist, so I made metal things. Or I was an apprentice machinist, I was learning, and I just couldn't take my boss has decided that I don't get the benefit of the doubt, that I'm just wrong all the time, and I just couldn't take it. So I quit, and so I have like 3 weeks of leave to effectively have to find a new job. Hopefully I can get YouTube to a level of like my cost of living is pretty low, that if I can get like even just like $100 a month, I might just be like, okay, I'll keep working on YouTube. But I'm only at like $10 a month, so maybe if I like upload some videos this fucking month, maybe we'll find out. Because if I do a video, I make about $10 from that video, but in the first like week. But I have to actually like keep making videos. So, but you know, I've just been teaching myself to program for the last 10-ish years. Well, like, probably like with Rust at least. When Bevy came out, I started learning Rust like a year or two before that. I think it was like 2018. I started learning Rust. Yeah. But yeah, no, I kind of wish that I could do programming for a living, but I also feel like I'd be really bad at it because it's one of those. I personally think I'm really bad at programming, and so I don't know if having someone tell me what I had to program would make it easy for me to be like, oh, actually, that's super fucking easy and it's done, or whether I would run into that situation being like, well, I don't know how to do that, and spending all fucking day learning to do something that like shouldn't take that long. This should work, and then all we need to do is implement a fn apply changes. Technically, the apply changes wouldn't be necessary if we were doing something like a mesh and we're directly updating the mesh, but because we're trying to update the transform, we need some kind of way of knowing when Bevy has reloaded our position, and then therefore we can reload our transform. So what I want to do is go something like changed. Changed. Bevy should probably be doing this with observers, but I don't know if it does yet. So we're going to be like message reader assets. No, yeah, asset event. And then the asset is cube. So we go this, and then we need mute. Well, we need cubes, which is res asset cubes, and then we need loaded, which is then res. No, it's a query then root, and also mute transform. I think it's like that, mute transform. And still looking, it's rough to be right now, but having a bit more. but having a bit more support helps. Yeah, it's more like I feel like my issue is that my ADHD means I'm really bad at planning. Like that's why I really like working, is when I do like metal fab at home, I'm so bad at being like, oh, I need to do this. And it might like the scope creep gets fucking. Whereas when I'm at work, my boss goes, hey, this is what you're doing, and it's like, oh, okay, like you know, I know how to do that. I can just do that. And if I don't know what I'm supposed to do next, I can just go like, hey, like what was I supposed to be doing next, sort of thing. And he goes, oh, we'll do this, or like do it that way. So it's like, I think if I had a tech lead being like, this is the systems you need to implement today, I would be able to do it really quickly. But if they went, hey, implement this system, I spend so fucking long, like, it's like we're doing here. I've got so sidetracked doing a scene loading thing to show someone else how to do something. Then it's like, we're no longer working on UI, but that's partly because streaming and making it entertaining. But like, I do that with other things where I'm like, I'm supposed to be implementing something related to like voxel world stuff, and then I get so distracted by voxel rendering or generating or something that I don't implement what I was trying to do, nor do I implement the thing that I got sidetracked on, because I got sidetracked on something that was way out of scope and way too hard for what I was trying to do. Okay, so we're going to say for change in changes read if let. So we're going to say match change, and then so it's I believe it's asset event added ID or asset event modified ID. If let some cube get ID, so access the actual underlying data for mute transform in scene root if loaded, if scene root is a match. So we should probably do. I don't think we can do that actually. I was gonna say we can like and this in. But anyway, so we load the scene root. We see the transform is now equal to the cube, and then we do just underscores. Do nothing. Right. So you're yelling at me because you need to be modified. That I kind of go back and forth between reorganizing and so I was programmed type first and forced the compiler to go back on track and did the same. Yeah, well, let's say like wait, what? Asset event. I think the AI just made that up. Yeah, it's event modified. I thought I tabbed on event modified, but apparently the AI decided it's something better. I'm sure it's asset event modified. Right? No, maybe not. Why are you not working? Why has the whole thing decided not to work? That's weird. It is modified. The fuck are you? What? Okay. Load with dependency. Yeah, exactly. That's like the view of it of like, and my issue is that I've also got like that level of my brain wants to make sure that I've got everything planned. So like I have this issue of instead of implementing something that can work now and be like, oh, I can see something on the screen, because I do, and that's why I like doing YouTube, is because something about making sure that like every step looks like it's doing something makes it so much easier for me to keep working on projects, because I'm like I'm intentionally making it so that you can see the changes. Whereas when I do stuff on my own, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like implement all this logic before I even compile anything, because I'm like, oh, but I know what I'm doing. I need to get this, need to get that, da 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 da. Dot ID into maybe. I don't know. What fucking do you need to be? Yeah, into works apparently. Into asset ID, because apparently they're already asset IDs. It's fucking dumb. Anyway, so form and transform, return and loaded, and then scene root equals. So scene root, I think it's like dot ID. There we go. Okay, can I just like dereference you maybe? There we go. And then so we're saying mute transform. So mute loaded, right? So we get this mutably, and then we say that u are equal to u, and we can't get this mutably because we didn't have this mute here. So that does that. So why are you saying? Because I can't. Okay. Right. So this is. I also wrote app changes instead of add changes. because apparently I'm dyslexic as fuck. Okay, thank you. So actually, I was probably going for apply, and then I just didn't. Okay. App dot add system add changes. Right. So if I've got this correct, we should also so this is 4 changes, and then we also need to be like or no, mute added. So the way that the added is going to work is we're going to say query for anything with a transform scene root that changed its scene root. Is that not spelled right? Changed. Change the scene root, and then it's for pos. What is it, like mute pos root in mute added. I don't know why my ID has decided that it is going to die again. And then we say let cube equal cube. Okay, let, I guess it's okay. Well, it's sum, isn't it? Because it's an asset sum. That's another thing I don't like, is that Bevy has like a bunch of places where it's a sum and a bunch of places where it's result, that it's confusing to know which is which. And I understand like where they use the difference. It's just sometimes I'm like, is it sum or is it okay? And then the compiler gets angry at you because like you got the wrong one. Root dot 0 dot ID. Let some else continue. I don't know what I've done to my ID to make it stop like IntelliSensing anything, but anyway, fuck you. Oh, it's doing this fucking running action meta shit again. I'm concerned because last time I fixed this, I'm pretty sure my computer crashed. So I do the obvious data shape changes first, and then compile and just work my way down. And yeah, I have done that a little bit with Rust, where I put like to-dos everywhere, where it's like, oh, this function to do. The issue is that like every time I've tried to run anything there where I've done that, it immediately just starts hitting to-dos, and then it's like I can't even know if the thing I'm testing is working because so many to-dos need to be done before the thing that I wrote can even fucking be checked. Anyway. But that's it's a more of a me issue. Anyway, I'm curious. First off, we need to do our test thing again. This is what I was trying to do the first time. Test fn make cube. So that I get the data structure right, I'm just going to make it print out the fucking cube. So we can say like let cube equal cube vec 3 0. I could probably just use it. Brain is just not working. It's also all 0. Okay, it's 0. Like that. Why is that not working? That is very confusing. Anyway, then we're going to say print line something like this, then we say run to string cube cube. For a new project, it's defining structures and slowly adding fields. It can take 100 iterations early, but yeah, that's what I mean. Is I, with my ADHD, will lose track of the project and give up on it if there's no like I can see that I'm actually fucking getting somewhere. If it takes like the 100th iteration and it's still not compiled, what's the fucking the diamond mining meme? I was fucking mining diamond. I mean, it's like this is me, like where I'm like, I might I can almost be there, and then I just fail because I'm like, it's just not fun anymore. I also have no fucking idea why you were doing something. My issue is I think that's something the fucking AI turned on and I don't know how to turn off. Is that it starts running some kind of fucking background code somewhere that's like, oh, we're supposed to run the test actually. The idea is that the test should spit out a piece of, we should probably panic actually. I think it clears up if it doesn't fail. Also, did you crash? You did crash. What, oh, because we had to like add the asset server as well. Asset loader. Is it insert? Insert init? No. Asset loader. Oh, register asset loader. Okay, and then it's cube. Like 3 0. Okay. Yeah, that's another thing that I need to get better at, is not leaving the yellow lines. Like, I have a piece of code that's like for Raspberry Pi programming, like I'm programming a Pico and trying to make a Bevy crate that lets you, basically like a tiny OS that runs Bevy as the background so that you can like just use Bevy stuff to insert and remove functions in that and not have to worry about like pointers or anything. Like if you want access to any of the hardware peripherals, you like can just have them as system parameters and they'll just be given to you. But it's like, I keep modifying it to test like a specific parameter, and then it spits out 150 warnings and like 1 error. But it takes so long to fucking scroll through all the warnings to find the error that I never just fix the error. And for some reason, in non-standard stuff like that, it has an issue of not like working in the IDE, like how it's like it's got a yellow line under the thing that calls in the warning. None of that shit works when you're using like embedded programming. For some reason, it just doesn't output properly. Anyway, so you panicked because I believe we didn't have the correct loader, but now I've added the loader. I'll summarize this at the end about like what you actually need to do to make it so that you can do your thing. I hope they're still here. They haven't got like super shut up. So what is it saying? So it says cannot. Oh, because I haven't added the asset. So we go back to map, and then we say app.init asset. Nope. Okay. It's a terrible name for it as well because it's got absolutely nothing to do with a cube. I just called it cube because in my brain I was like, I'm going to spawn a cube. Anyway, it's still panicking. Why is it panicking? Failed to parse cube. Failed to load asset test cube when asset loader cube. Failed to parse cube. But why did you fail to parse the cube? Oh, well, fuck you. No, don't. Fuck you. Don't fucking do that. Actually, tell me why you failed to parse the cube, you know? Also, it shouldn't be panicking at that. I think something down here is calling unwrap. It probably shouldn't be. Anyway, what did it say? It said, failed to load cube, failed to load cube, failed to parse cube asset, span, something, something, line 1, expected name struct like cube. Right, fuck you. Cube. Actually, it's a cube. Try that. Okay. Expected named struct like. What do you mean? All right, the answer is fuck you. We're going to modify the code. Okay, don't take this as a talking shit on like the asset loading. This is entirely to do with how I have chosen to implement this. Maybe this will work. Maybe, I don't know. So we say run cube. So we're going to say vec 3. and then we're going to say cube vec cube like that. Yeah. See if this works, because I think what the issue is that it's getting confused about parsing it as a trying to parse it as a tuple. Okay, expected name struct vec3. So is it supposed to be something like this, maybe? X. Is this gonna work? I don't think so, because I don't think that's valid ROM. Okay. The annoying thing, right, is that I thought I told it to output and like tell me what it's gonna fucking look like. I'm gonna say like, we're gonna say print. Okay, error actually. Error asset cube, and then we're gonna say ROM to fucking string a reference to a vec3 0. Then we have to like do that. This should, at the very least, print out. I don't think that recompiled. I don't think this saved properly. You should now be printed. Yeah, fucking recompile. It should now print out exactly the fucking string that needs to be reconverted back. Maybe I need to trim it, because I've noticed that it does fucking do that, where it's like, you didn't trim the fucking string. So what came out is this. So this is very much what came out. That apparently is very much what we're supposed to put back in. What do you mean expected name fucking string? What is it? Oh, maybe we should go print line content. Like, right? Like, maybe it's not actually got the string. Maybe I need to like await something. That would be kind of funny. I don't think so though. Oh, look at that. Read cube assets returns an empty string. Can we like unwrap you then? What the fuck's your problem? If let error be. God, what have I done to my fucking IDE though? Like, Jesus Christ. Excuse me. Can you fucking stop? I like this because it's like I actually can't save, because if I save it fucking breaks. Alright. I actually still don't think it's saved. Yeah, no, it's not, because it's doing this. Okay, now it's saved. No, it still hasn't saved. Yeah, now it's saved. What do you mean? Read to string. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, that's kind of funny, actually. Gotta wait. I was gonna say, I thought it was a future. If let, e equals error. Yeah. I thought it was a future, that's why we need to be in async, but I was going like, but it said it was a result. It's like, no, I was just dropping the result. It's still not saved it. Fucking, I'm so sick of whatever the fuck that's doing. Okay, so now it's saying that rib cube, and then this is actually what it read, and then why did you crash? B1 query something. Okay, something's missing now. That's fun. So we're just gonna like stop printing that. I'm gonna go. Okay. So you're fine. So it says big debug query system access component conflict. Something's conflicting. Ah, right. Rare. I think it's like this. I think this works. So we can then say we can get rid of loaded, and we can get rid of changed. So what's happening here is that it's saying that I'm not allowed to access the transform mutably in both cases, but the filter that I'm using is a one directional filter, so I can't make sure that these two don't match. But what I can do is say you use added. Oops. Right, and by using ref instead of a reference, Bevy lets me access the change detection, which means that we can come down here and we can say if root dot is changed, and then we say not ampersand. Actually, I think it must go the other way. So is it like this? Ampersand. Maybe not, because I think it's an if statement. No. So you can't collapse, and that's annoying. Anyway, so it's going to be if root dot is changed continue this and I say not. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're saying if the asset changes, then update anything that was using that asset. And then here we're saying technically they should probably be two different functions, because then we wouldn't have that conflict and everything. But anyway, then we're going, hey, now iterate through everything, and we go, hey, if the asset that it's pointing to changes, also change the position of the cube. So hopefully, why'd my auto scroll turn off? That's not fun. Allocated limit, so now it's actually, yeah, fair enough. I don't know what's happened, but it's definitely AI related. It's because I was vibe coding the plan.md, because I've never had this issue before, but it's doing something. It's running some kind of Rust analyzer is running some kind of background activity before it can save. I think you've got that backwards. I think it's supposed to be the other way. Join the cult and come to the light side. I know that Vim has a dark mode as well, but like it's more like you're supposed to be selling Vim as the better alternative, not being like come to the dark side. And also I get the meme, but like I still need to fix the menu, by the way, because we can't get out of the menu. It's really annoying. Can I like not? Okay. Well, curiously, because I'm pretty sure we're looking at the cube. I believe maybe I should make it actually like say that it's doing this, but theoretically, if we said like negative like 5, did it update the reload test cube? Negative 10 reload test cube. Okay, negative maybe 2. My issue is I don't know when it's going to come out from behind the menu, or it might just not be behind the menu anymore. Maybe we fix the menu, but that should be all it takes. And see how it says it's reloading the test cube? Is that like it should be reloading the test cube? Oh, it would also probably help if we actually made it a cube that we were able to see. I think that might also not be helping. Anyway, we'll fix the menu so that we can actually fucking close it, because that should take like 2 fucking seconds. So what we need to do is say, hey, when I click play, the menu on play, please set the fucking right state. Game state. God, I'm a fucking idiot. It's like literally one line of code. Game state. Playing. Thank you. That should be all it takes to make it so that we can actually close the menu. But I also don't actually believe that I am spawning anything in. Like, I know the cube has a mesh, but it doesn't have a material. So maybe that's why it's not working? No, it's in main. Does the map test cube have... Okay, I don't think the map test cube has a material at the very least, so I don't think it's actually rendering. So we spawn the scene. When we spawn the scene, we give it a name, we give it a mesh, but we don't ever give it a material. So I suspect that may be our problem. So we could go back to main here and just be like, hey, main, right? Main. Open, no, that's main menu. Main. Wrong main. We need to do this as well. Right. If I give it a material, it should at least render now. We should, yeah, no, you're called assets apparently. And you're something else. Something like that. Okay, so it should, we'll make it like also maybe blue. And also maybe not at 0, 0. Oh, it's not at 0, 0 anymore. Anyway, no one. Right. So it should be visible now, and then we should be able to move it around. Yeah, I think that's what's happening, and then it has a hard time sending back those updates on the Rust analyzed update. Yeah, okay. Normal people would want to join the light side, but nah, Vim users understand that. Okay, fair enough. I'm 100% that mentality in real life where everyone's like, oh, you're a bit weird. I'm like, yeah, I know, but why would you want to be normal? My only issue with Vim is that I feel like everyone would expect me to actually learn the key bindings. Also, I love how I moved the thing that you'd want to see off screen when I edit something else, and not the thing edit off screen, so that you can see that it works. Also, I can do this actually. I can do both. Yeah, I had to move it because if I click back here, like if I click back here, it would full screen it, so I needed to make it a second window. Anyway, so we can do like, you're gonna work there, you. Yeah, fuck, it's taken real long time to save. I don't like it. Yeah, you're probably right. I probably should swap to something actually good, but I just like VS Code because I'm used to it. Also, I don't know, does Vim have the ability to integrate with GitHub Copilot? Because I pay the subscription on that, so it's kind of like it'd be really annoying if I swapped to Vim and I'm like, oh, now it doesn't work. Yeah. Anyway, so the idea is that you could make this like your scene that you're loading, and then you could modify any specific thing for the thing. And because as you see here, I'll commit the map part to Git. So if you want to copy paste it, this is not the right project. Vox? No, idle game. Yeah, recent. So I'm going to turn all these off. I'm going to go, you'll need that, I think. Yeah, no, toml, lock the toml. I hate that too, is also the default Rust implementation keeps track of the lock. Main map, probably don't need player, UI, I don't think anything else. I think that's so he's going to add example asset. Push. Right, if you find the Git linked in the description, you can copy paste that code to if you want to like skip a lot of the boilerplate. But the idea is that you can modify that in however you want to be able to represent your data on disk, and then you can just make it load the data. So it's just quick. We'll do a summary because it should all fit in the one file, wherever it went. Map. So the key thing is here we initialized this asset. So this asset's the actual like what data is being loaded and what data represents like as the asset. So this is like what the mesh looks like, what the thing looks like. Then we added an asset loader. That's what lets us specify how we turn the disk information into Bevy like representation. And then the spawn scene is just how we initially set up the scene. So this shouldn't actually be different to how you have it. And the add changes is what makes us able to modify the disk and see it applied, is that we basically, by using asset events, we can check for when an asset was added to the world, which theoretically shouldn't actually matter because if you're adding an asset, it doesn't matter. But I think added's called when it's loaded as well. And then modified, which is called whenever you change, like reload a file, or if you like accessed it mutably and changed it, then modify is also called. And they just apply the changes. And then technically this should be its own function, but this is the way of turning a pointer into code of like, because we're modifying the original transform based off our cube, we have a pointer handle here, handle into our assets, that is our cube, and then we use this handle to update the transform so we know which one it is. There's a lot of things when you have access to Lua from any native. Yeah, but it's not like complicated. It's just long because there's a lot of boilerplate. Like technically this little like make thing is literally just about me turning it into a format so that I can like know how to write it out. I can and try and go a little bit more like in depth. But anyway, so say this doesn't matter because this is just however you were spawning in your sprites. The idea being that like when you do a sprite, like if we did like sprite, the sprite has this stuff like your image, but see the image is a handle, which means that we don't have to do all this fancy stuff. If we change the disk representation of the image, we're already behind a handle when we go to render it. Why we have to do this other stuff is because the transform is its own thing. So updating the file representation of our transform offset doesn't automatically apply it. So we have to apply it through a handle, which is effectively a pointer. So we're like indirect saying that like if you've got a scene root, it means that we want to take this cube and apply it to your transform. Yeah. I think I do have a video on we'll go to YouTube. We'll go to my channel and we'll see. I might have a video explaining it, which probably would have been the smarter thing, but the issue is that the video is probably a year or two old. So we go content and we say assets. But the assets. Ooh, oh god. The video's it's like 3 years old. Anyway, assets explains assets, which is what we're doing. We're indirectly pointing at the information and then extracting it out, and then we might have a hot reloading video. We do not have a hot reloading video, but hot reloading is what we're doing. So you have to also make sure that you turn on the feature. So you don't need serialize because technically you could write your own serialization. That's just allows you to serialize Bevy types like Vec3. File Watcher is what you need. File Watcher is what makes it so that when I edit the files in here, they actually reflect out into the thing. Theoretically, you could also go that extra mile of actually finishing the GLTF implementation that I was going. My reason I stopped implementing it this way, which is and made it more complicated, is that there's no way to just modify the position of the cube in this GLTF. But theoretically, you could also you can just like move the cube in Blender, save it, and then Bevy will load it. Because when you save it to the same location, the modified file will then be loaded by Bevy. And that would all be implemented directly. It was just like it didn't quite work because I was doing a 3D example that you wanted to do it in 2D. So I'm like, well, I may as well show it on the next level down because then at least you can modify it to only be 2D. I do it all the time for stuff where I'll make a little asset that does little things. But yeah, my thing with the making a little just for your example to copy paste into the but yeah, my issue with the Vim like key bindings is that like there is 2 modes to Vim, and I feel like if you don't know that there's 2 modes to Vim, I'm gonna end up in another mode and I'm gonna be like, what the fuck's going on? How do I'm stuck because it took me forever, and I've only recently learned like these ones, which are really fun. It's like the multiple curses, and I'm been teaching someone else Bevy, and then like I keep trying to get them to use multiple curses and going like, oh, if you just do this, you can like get multiple curses and then do it. But they do the weird one where they're like, okay, I'm gonna go to here and then I'm gonna type some letters, and it's like that seems real confusing. I just like being like, yeah, now I've got 4 curses and I can move the 4 curses independently of each other. Well, it's not even necessarily that Bevy has built-in for making them level editing convenient. It's more like Bevy has so many little things built in, and Bevy's well architected that if you know how to make these little things talk to each other, then suddenly you have that. Like someone actually made a full-blown like script for Blender that lets you like load these as components. Like you can like load custom component information over here so that you can use Blender as your level editor, and it will while you edit in Blender, like, I don't even think you needed to save. It would like as you move things in Blender would move them in the game. Like it was like they had a script that automatically exported the changes or something and did some fancy thing. And yeah, but like it's not specifically that Bevy went, oh, for level editing, we're going to do this. It's that Bevy, from like almost day one, I think it was like 0.3, or like I guess 0.3, Bevy had GLTF compatibility, and then I think it was like 0.5, Bevy's had hot reloading, or maybe even earlier that it had hot reloading. So the idea being that if you can some way export GLTF files, you can just hot reload them into Bevy, and then Bevy just has that editor. Like, it's where people go, oh, it has no visual editors. Like, no, it's just that you just need to actually set it up. But also, yeah, it doesn't have a native editor. I don't know. It's just interesting because like I don't think they ever intentionally went out of their way to make sure it worked like that. It was just that Bevy is built very modularly, and someone went, I want GLTF, and someone went, I want hot reloading. And when you have both, then you have a way to level edit in Blender and see it in Bevy. Anyway, we're gonna go back onto like working on our game. Yes. Oh, apparently don't hit escape. Yeah, don't hit escape if the menu is closed. That's weird. The fuck have I done there? So when I hit escape, escape is doing something. I need to like re-update these, I think. Anyway, so toggle if just pressed. Okay, toggle escape. Toggle escape takes in next state menu state. Right. So open escape. I feel like hitting escape should actually be its own thing. So maybe we... No, it didn't need to be here. Number one goal. And... Also, like, I keep seeing the little like smiley faces pop up, and something you can do, like when I was looking through my analytics for my previous streams, I can see when people did that, but only after the stream's finished. As in, like, if I don't see you click the button, like if I'm not looking at the chat when you click it, I have no way of seeing that you did it. But after the stream's done, I can go back and see what I was doing, which is just like such a fucking weird way for YouTube to have implemented that. Like, like a little inside baseball bit. So I've got these, like, this is like my view count, and then the chat rate. So, and then my views, but there's no way to see when you hit the little like I don't know which one is it, this one? No, where's the heart there? If I do these, the heart, like I can see them while you press them. If I'm looking at the chat, you can see them coming up, but there's no way over here of seeing that happened. But once I end the stream, like we go like again like YouTube, we'll go to studio, or we'll just skip straight to studio. If I go to my stream from yesterday, live, I can see when people did it. Like, go to analytics. Okay, apparently not. There's somewhere. Is it? I think it might be. It must be engagement. See more? No. Yeah, messaging reaction. Look, fucking turn reactions. So chat messages, reactions. And weirdly, this is a bit more scuffed. When I end the stream, I get an even more detailed one, which I don't know how to get back to. But like it actually tells me which of the little emoji things you're also pressing as well, which is just like they have the details. They just won't show them to me in a way that like I can use them while I'm streaming, which is very, very bizarre. I guess technically it would be useful if I could go back and be like, oh, well, everyone was clicking this emoji. What was I doing? But like, it's weird that I can't, like, while I'm streaming, be like, oh, people have been pressing the button. All right. Anyway, so we're going to say, so we're going to change this, and it's going to be FN on escape. On escape. So this is going to be mute. Next. God, okay, yeah, I'm going to restart Visual Studio Code because it's dying. The issue with this is it also causes the Rust analyzer to read this thing. Maybe it's my RAM that's fucked. My computer keeps crashing randomly, and it won't tell me why, because it just spontaneously goes, something went wrong, and crashes, and it won't tell me what went wrong. So I actually have no way of tracking down, like, oh, is something not plugged in properly? But it could be a RAM-related issue, and that's why it's getting really slow, is it's not using it all. It's just getting stuck. And, like, one of the RAM chips might be fucked. Fucking release notes, I don't care. Yeah, it's almost like I've been doing that in the background, but then that's the kind of thing I've been vibe coding. Like, not the specific stream analyzer thing. I tried to do that by hand and discovered that it's really fucking hard to talk to YouTube's APIs because they're really unnecessarily complicated for no real reason. Like I watched something where someone was like, "Oh, I'm just using the one that they use for YouTube, like when you're in a web browser, because the API limitations are too strong." And I'm like, I think they didn't read the documentation, because the way that the limitations is if you request messages, like if you like, hey, send me all the messages that have been sent this stream so far, it's like you can only do that like for like 10,000 requests or something, and then you're stuck. So it's like you can't really request every minute because you'll be out of requests by like after like 2 days. But you can also like request for like 100 credits, so you could do this about like 1,000 times before you run out of credits or something. You can request a WebSocket that just sends you the messages. So I'm like, I feel like this person's going, man, it's impossible to like just query enough messages. I have a dead cell and it corrupts your stuff. I blew up my yeah I know, yes, because it's when it originally happened, it actually said something went wrong, and now every single time it's happened since, it's literally just my computer just turns off and reboots itself. And ironically, and I think that's like the way it's my annoyingly, whichever chip it is knows it's wrong because it doesn't happen all the time. But like if I run the compiler on like a completely new thing that hasn't compiled Bevy before, a whole bunch of the compilations will fail for no reason. Like if I just compile it again, they'll work. And if I keep doing it too many times, it crashes, which makes me think that I'm probably slowly driving up the RAM, and it knows which one's faulty, and it's only when it has to use it that it crashes. But anyway, it's still my head in. But anyway, res mute next. I probably should have checked how much RAM it was using before I menu state. All right, so if we do this, we can go. Oh, and we also probably want to grab access to the RAM stack. So mute stack menu. Yeah, res menu stack. All right, so we're gonna say if stack is empty. Okay, next set. No, that's not correct. We're going to map. We need to go state as well. Honestly, I actually think this maybe should go up a level because I want this to actually be able to interface with the stack. So we're going to just like say you actually do nothing. You just have the open escape, which is just configuring you to actually like set up. Okay, so we go back to mod here, and I reckon this is going to be like on escape. So we're going to say that we need access to state, which is going to be res state game state, right? And then we have next state, game state, and mute stack, menu stack. And then we probably also want to say mute next. I guess next state, which is res mute game. Res mute game state next state game state. Well, these probably shouldn't be the same fucking function, but anyway, I'm gonna say match state. Right. Then we're gonna say .get. Right. Then we're gonna say game state in menu to this logic, and then game state playing. Okay, so if we are currently playing, then that implies we are in fact in the game, which means that we can say that our stack dot clear. Then we want to say next state dot set game state in menu, and next dot set. We should really name that to next menu. Game menu escape menu, escape menu, menu ID. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm going to give you an ID function, and the ID function is literally me going to be really lazy and say ID, which doesn't actually do that. It returns a menu state new. Self menu ID. You can a menu state, please. Okay. I'm gonna like leave that alone, but that's yeah. Maybe it's constant. Apparently not. I have to find something that's constant a trait. Good enough. So what we want to do is go back to our thing down here and say, hello, yes, please set. So this is going to be called next menu. Right. So on escape, we say, if you're in plane, clear the stack, set us to in menu, and set the escape menu as that menu. Right. Then we're going to say, if we're in a menu and you hit escape, if let some free vehicles stack.pop next menu. Ta-da! That's such a good idea. I do want to kind of maybe go. I have access to stack the game state. We could take the menu state in and say, like, if you hit escape, like while you're on the main menu, we could make it just like boot you out of the game, like if you hit escape while on the menu. But like, also annoyingly, if you hit escape while on the okay, no, we don't need to do that because that would be really dumb. If you hit escape while on the main menu, we're gonna automatically start playing the game. So we need to take in open menu. Ooh, that's option. Res state. Menu state. Yeah, I don't like that one. I mean, fair enough, but also annoying. So the issue with this is if we're actually in game, then the menu state doesn't exist. So we say if let's pop. So basically, if there's a menu still on the stack, please return to that. Else, if some let some menu whatever you can call it open equals open menu. Then we can check that, and then else. Well, technically, there should never be a situation. So we're gonna say like else. We're gonna set next state playing. We're also gonna like warn. Press escape with no open menu and no menu stack. Well, that's not the problem. It's pressed escape with while in menu, but no menu was open. That's the real issue. And that's why we're just setting it back to playing. This one, on the other hand, we can say if open dot okay, if open dot open. So what we're gonna actually do is we're gonna go. This is what I like about doing this though, is because like we can be like cheeky with it. We can say like you have a menu ID and a menu ID and a menu. So I also feel like maybe I should be replacing the menu ID and the menu state to be exactly the same thing because technically they're not actually doing anything. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a pub const fn that is auto close. And we're going to say that takes in self. And then returns. Taking a reference to self? No, your clone. Yeah, your clone. So then it is return to bool. And we just say self dot 0 board width 1 equals and 1 is equals 1. I feel like maybe make that bit flags, but who knows. Yeah, const is it's kind of weird because const annoyingly Rust does this tendency to use names everywhere because they can make the compiler better at optimizing, not because they're necessarily the strict name. So the way that this works is like, we'll use the new because it's slightly more obvious. Pub const fn new is saying that this function is constant, can be run at compile time. The compiler is perfectly within its right to do this at compile time. But it doesn't mean it can only be run at compile time or in a const setting. So if I call this in a random piece of code, the compiler will go, do I know all the information at compile time? For example, it takes in a static string. So yes, the answer is this will almost always 100% of the time be done at compile time because a static string is always known at compile time. It's kind of like one of the requirements. Maybe not actually, no. No, because it could be. So basically, the compiler goes, hey, do I know what this string is currently? And then it hashes it. If it doesn't know it, it'll just call the function at runtime. So that's how it works. It's like, if it can work it out, it will do it at compile time. But if it's going, hey, like you actually would need to know some information, it doesn't do it at compile time. The same as you can do like inline as well. The inline says, compiler, I want you to inline this as aggressively as you can. But like it's still okay to call the function if that would be more effective. And then you can do inline always. This means that compiler, don't fucking check, just inline. And then there's inline never, which is don't even bother trying even if you think you can. So you can like declare these things that it's like what it's actually going to do is not necessarily strictly defined as much as it's hinting to the compiler that it's okay for the compiler to optimize the fuck out of it, or to optimize it in specific ways. Like there's also this fun thing that I found out about because I've been doing embedded called std sync. No? What was it called? Is it core sync atomic compiler fence? This thing called a compiler fence, and it's like literally like you can tell the compiler that when it gets to here, it can't rearrange the memory. Any memory above, any writes above cannot be put below, and any writes below cannot be put above. And the idea being that like the compiler will follow these rules, but it won't actually put any code in place to enforce these rules. So you don't actually have any kind of runtime cost, but yet you can tell the compiler that it can optimize this way more aggressively because it knows that it, like the rule applies from this line down and this line up, so it can do different things. Yeah, so I believe it will try and inline without you specifying it, but the idea of const here is that you can't use this function in a const context. Like I believe it'll try every, like if it thinks it can, like if its heuristics tell it can, it will do everything at compile time. If you don't tell it explicitly that this is a compile time, a constant function, you're not allowed to use it in places where it may not be able to. So if I wanted to declare a menu item as const, main menu, right? Main menu ID, right? So if I want to do that, and I want to call it a menu ID, I can do it like it's suggesting here, where it says menu ID and then hard codes a value, or I can go new main menu as a string, right? And this is fine because I said this was const. If I get rid of this being const, I'm not allowed to do it anymore, because the difference is I have said that no matter what the use case is, this is 100% able to be done at const, like at compile in a const context, which is what this is. Whereas if I don't have this const, I can't guarantee that all these functions are also const because the compiler doesn't check that, which means that I can't use it here because the compiler doesn't look inside this function. So declaring this const means I can only use const things inside. So it means that it's 100% safe to use it here because I've told the compiler that that inside was already checked to be constant. Because like if I do something like, so you also notice I'm using a const hash right here. Because if I did like let h equal std hasher, no, what the fuck is it called? It must be collections. No. That's because I didn't put std. Hash. Default hasher. New. It's going to yell at me. And it's going to say, you can't use this new, because this isn't a... Apparently the default hasher is a const new. It's not... Yeah, okay. Right, so the default hashes new is not yet const, so I'm not allowed to use it inside a const function. But it's a way of saying, like, when I specify that const here, it's not saying that the compiler needs this to be here to make it constant. It's saying to me, the programmer, and telling the compiler it is now okay for it to enforce that these must be constant. So when I put const here, everything inside the body must also be const. If I don't put const there, the compiler may decide that everything in the body is const. So it's a way of, I guess, specifying rules. It's the same as I've seen a lot of people go like, oh, Rust, unsafe Rust, don't want and then like I think even like the original people that made Rust have come out and said like, we regret calling it unsafe because unsafe has this thing in people's head. They go, it's bad. It should have been called like unchecked because it's not unsafe. It's not unsound. It's we've turned off a bunch of the compiler's rules so that you can do things that are not possible with the rules of the compiler at the moment. And as Rust goes on, less and less code needs to be unsafe because it's possible to do more and more that the compiler is actually checking. So it's like you only ever need to go into unsafe if you're going to do something that the compiler is not not able to check, but you know is sound. So what you do is like you'll see it all through Bevy is that they'll be like, you got these like Rust has like syntactical rules about how you declare why safe, and so it's like if you saw some C code that's like if index is less than slice dot len, right? Like you now know that you can index into the slice anywhere inside here. Like you know that it's safe to put any index in here. So or like what you can also do is say like if index is greater than or equal to slice.len return, like that. So now you know from here on it's safe to do so. So what you do is when you go like what you would do is when you do unsafe Rust is you go like unsafe, and then you'd be like so you go only unsafe and you go here and you go slice.index unchecked index assume in and then you go here and you go like safety, we checked the index is inbound. So like that's the idea, is that like it's not that it's unsafe, it's that I've told the compiler don't fucking check it, so I need to do it inside a block that's saying unchecked. And it's weird because everyone goes, oh, unsafe, it's bad. It's like, no, like when I've seen a lot of people go like, oh, but C's faster. And it's like, not really. Or like, oh, unsafe so high. It's like, no, you can literally just drop into unsafe, call a function, drop it to unsafe, and you could program Rust like it's C. The issue is that you are effectively like abandoning all the benefits of Rust, and now you're going to bitch about the friction that Rust adds because you're going, oh man, it sucks that Rust forces me to do these things that I'm intentionally avoiding doing. And it's like, well, no wonder. Like, if you intentionally avoid Rust doing these things and it crashes, It's like, well, you're the one that was dodging the fucking safety. But also, you very much can just... one thing I don't like, because it's just like a personal annoyance of it becomes like that little bit extra too much friction, in my opinion, is that you can't use unsafe code in unsafe functions. You still need to wrap them in an unsafe block, which to me is annoying. I can understand why they're doing it. Is they're saying it's unsafe to call this function, and then you have to explicitly denote that it's unsafe what you're doing inside this function. Because like technically you could use nothing but safe stuff inside of an unsafe function, because you might be like querying a database, and so it's like unsafe because there's no way to guarantee that the database, that you're checking the values of the database when they come back. It's not that you're actually using unsafe code, it's that you are manually doing the checks, and then you can turn unsafe code into safe code by doing the checks, and then you can call it safe. But it's just weird that like you can make an unsafe function and then still have to wrap everything in an unsafe block. I feel like if they removed that restriction, a lot of more C people would come over, because you could literally just declare like your main function is unsafe, or like every function in your program is unsafe, and then it is just C. Like if you just don't ever have to declare something unsafe, then it's just C again. Like anyway, you're gonna say if open dot autoclose, then next state dot, I think I don't want to clear the stack. I feel like I want to check to see if the stack is empty. So I'm going to say next state is set to playing. I feel like that's correct. So we say if let the previous, so if there's one on the stack, go back up the stack. If let some open equals open menu, if open is auto close, then we go to game. Right. So I do need to somehow document the fact that like theoretically we also need to do this with new as well, because of the technical limitations here. We're saying so escape menu. So when we call new, we should say new auto close like this, and then we have to go find a new function, menu ID. So we're going to say here, we're going to say pub const fn new auto close. This is going to call new. So we want to probably say that new can get inline. Oh, not must use. We want to say that you can be inline, like more aggressively, and then we want to say that this is inline always, because we're inlining this always because it's basically 3 lines of code. So it's one, not worth slowing down compile time for the compiler to run its checks to see if it's worth doing, and also because like we're literally just sticking these 2 lines of code in here with these 2 lines of code. So we're saying just put this above that. Anyway, so or I guess this below that. So auto close just IDs that to 1. Now, I do believe that we probably want to do something like that, because we don't want a menu that is randomly generated to randomly have auto close turned on. That would be a little silly. So then the trick would be that if we hit escape and stack, so I'm thinking we get rid of stack.clear. That if we're in playing, we want to go next state set in menu, and next set. Okay, so then we want to say if stack dot len equals 0, then we want to say set escape menu ID, right? Else next menu set, and that's going to be stack dot last dot copied dot expect. See, expect is the very much, this is me being unsafe. I'm literally going to say we know when greater than 1 or greater than 0, right? That's exactly it. I'm just being unsafe because it's like, oh, you need, all right, they also go like menu state. Now we could make the menu state the thing that has the auto close in it, but I like the idea of eventually getting rid of the menu ID and into the menu state entirely. Use, oh, because, okay, no, I'm going to restructure you so that you just become a menu ID. No, thank you. Right, then we have to come down here, and I think that's like the only place we're going to say, hey, dot auto close, and then we have to go back up here and we have to deref you. Deref and deref you. Like so, and then everything's going to be bitching because I changed open to self, and then we can do like deref self. I think it's actually technically it's going to be deref self, maybe deref self dot 0. Okay. Menu ID cannot be dereferenced because fuck you. The answer is fuck you. Deref, please. I'm going to not deref mute because I don't want you to be able to modify a menu ID. Pub structure name. And then new, which is open. Okay, and then yep, if self.0, cool. So the idea being that I'm kind of like meta tagging the thing. There is other. Oh, the other option is I could just dereference. Wait, what? Okay, that's interesting. What? No, don't dereference you. You dereference you. Okay, I think that's correct. The AI is getting confused because it's trying to dereference something it's not supposed to touch. Okay, so the new auto close means that we can go to like escape and say that escape is new auto close. And then we just kind of run this. And the idea is that we should be able to hit escape on the main menu and it shouldn't do shit. I also technically don't think the menus are doing anything. Like they're not saving to the stack, so we won't be able to actually go backwards. Ugh, escape's gone back to fucking capturing the really okay. And it's not opening up. Okay. Alright, well, it's kind of working. I still like that flag game. Okay. So first off, why are we not opening the escape menu? That's the real question. Are we just doing that wrong? Okay. Oh, well, that would help, wouldn't it? Fuck me. So we need to go back to our menu thing. We need to go, hey, can we app dot add systems update on escape run if on escape run if just pressed input just pressed. Do we not pull this in? I thought we pulled this in. Which one of these fuckers has it that isn't sharing? Is it main? No. Okay, so I must have fucking cleaned up. Anyway, there we go. Menu state is more private. Honestly, I think I'm going to swap that out to being menu ID. Worked it out. So we're going to say play, hit escape. Now escape is this, and escape order closes. Except we're out of sync now, which is kind of fucking annoying. Alright. So we go up here and we say, hey, on enter, spawn blank menu. Also on enter, create player fucking show cursor. Okay, thank you. I don't know which of you fuckers is hiding the cursor, but like I'm at least, at the very least, forcing it to be shown when I hit escape. So we can play settings. Annoyingly, it is always centered. I can't make it like return to the same spot, I don't think, at least. Yay. Okay, so now I just need to make sure that like each fucking menu gets updated to actually work properly. So the escape menu is now going to use this. We need to say, so first off, I want to go back to like the old style thing. Like escape menu is just an escape menu. We're gonna say, hey, you don't actually store any information. So init resource. Yeah, I don't even need to do that. You don't even need it. You can do nothing. Right. So the way that this is going to work is that we're going to have our commands. We are going to have our root, which is going to be our single entity, and then okay. So then we can say so we need our let open let resume equal from actions from command state. So we need to go something like this, and then we call open menu, and then we open the menu. Actually, no, technically this would be actually, what does resume do? I guess technically resume is one of the only ones that is. We go back to mod. We're gonna just like add a quick like back to game or something. Keep playing. Actually, that's not what's going on, ironically. At least as far as I'm aware. It's technically because I'm hiding the cursor a certain way. The cursor doesn't need to be centered because I'm literally just using the center of the display. The term is something I'll find it in a second. I'm just gonna finish writing this so that I like don't lose track completely. Mute next resmute next game dates plane. So this is just a quick helper function so that I can easily be like, hey, can you say to play? Right, so you do that, and then let's let open settings, and then it's open menu settings, and then we can go here and we can say commands dot entity dereference root dot dot insert children there's a button, so the button props variant button variant. I'm trying to float both that I have to go back to what you were talking about and that I just, but like I want to finish this first because I'm gonna get so annoyed when I'm the fucking broken ass fucking UI later. So then the override is menu action. No, so you'll resume, and then your text is text and themed text, and then we go down more and we go do the same thing again with settings, and then the same thing again with quit. Except quit should be main menu. Should be main menu, and then you should actually not quit. You should call open menu main menu. So then that opens the main menu and you still call quit, which is kind of funny. So I'm gonna say that first off, what the fuck is your problem? The trait bound text spawnable Something is not correct here. So button properties, text, resume, text. Okay, question. Is it these? No. So the button bound to me. Something. The trait bound Bevy prelude text spawn list child of is not satisfied by the following. Be or not text. How the fuck did I do it in main menu? Okay, let's paste these back and then we'll go to main menu and go, what the fuck did I do differently? Because I need to call spawn. Yes, spawn. Okay. On resume does not exist. You mean on resume? Oh, right, because I'm still setting this up because you still have a from world which you don't need anymore. I just want to double check that the settings, the escape menu should now be working properly because we're back to main menu. We have open menu, settings menu. So I think open menu I'll make pop and push onto the stack. So we can go play, and we can go escape, and we can go escape, resume. Resume does work, but it's just weird, bugged out. And then yeah, that's all broken. Okay, cool. So just quickly, we'll go back and I'll explain this. It's not that the cursor needs to be centered. It's that I am specifically locking the cursor like the way I'm doing it. So I'm setting the cursor grab confined, which is what you're supposed to set it to, but because bugs, it doesn't work properly. So it states here that on macOS, macOS does not support cursor confined, and that X11 does not support cursor locked. Cursor confined means that if I don't do this, the cursor won't ever disappear, but when the menus are hidden, we can't leave the screen. Right, so we hit play. See, the cursor's not hidden. Apparently it's not confined either. Fuck. Also, the fuck's hiding the cursor? Oh, because toggle hides the cursor. Okay, so don't ever hide the cursor. Don't hide the cursor. We can swap between locked and confined. I think the issue is that I'm actually also, the player look is checking to see if the cursor is visible. Yeah, so that's why it's not. Anyway, the cursor can't leave the bounds, but like if I fucking get the camera to work properly, play look. Okay, so somewhere in here I check is visible. Okay, if doesn't matches. Well, actually, no, it is. If cursor matches, if it's cursor.grab mode matches none, return. Right. So if we're not constraining the mouse, return, which means that now it should work. That the camera will still move around with the mouse because I'm actually technically tracking the amount the mouse moves, and in no way do I use the mouse for like anything. I use the camera, not the mouse. Anyway, okay. So as you can see, I can move around just fine with the cursor locked, or like unconstrained, and I don't actually know if I'm running DirectX 11 because I think I'm actually technically running DirectX 12. I actually have no idea. If I change this to locked instead of confined, the issue with here is now I've got like 3 different ways to get to places, so I'm gonna have to like escape to get the fucking cursor locked again, but to make sure it's locked and not confined. Anyway, when we hit play, and we do this and this, see locked, because I'm not on DirectX 11, actually fucking works, which is that the cursor doesn't actually move. When I've locked the cursor, I can track its movement without it physically moving. Constrained means it can't move outside of the window, and none means... Really, I thought it was 11 was also old Windows, but maybe it's Windows like pre-11, maybe Windows 10. Anyway, but yeah, cursor grab mode says Like locked doesn't work, so you can't lock it, but you can constrain it. Since OS don't have full support, we try to set the grab mode that was asked for. If it doesn't work, we use the alternative grab mode. So it'll do one or the other, as long as it's not none, because then none and Android and iOS doesn't have cursor. But yeah, and so the thing is it's actually not the locking and unlocking of the cursor. Like if I do this and do this, we still want to be set to none. And we do, I guess it's this. Oh no, we're gonna leave this here, and leave this here, and leave this here, and leave this here. Oh no, it's getting slow again. I bet it's got a memory leak somewhere. That's probably what's going on. Maybe the fucking AI's fault, I bet. Why is it getting slower? It's not even using that much memory. Maybe it is. VS Code. Using like a gigabyte. Anyway, it should still work. Okay, apparently not. Apparently. Resume maybe? Okay. See, but it's actually the, well, apparently not. What the fuck? Maybe it's the combination of the two. I also have no, oh, because that's right, I'm using that to fucking move the mouse on it. I don't, maybe locked doesn't do it then, and it's only confined. But it's a combination of the two. It's the fact that I hide and lock the mouse and then unhide and unlock the mouse causes it to be re-zeroed. And it's fucking annoying because it didn't used to do it. I used to use confined because it used to be like locked would center it. Anyway, so let's see if... Okay, so apparently it's an issue, it's a bug with confined. Because as you can see, if I lock the mouse, it's where I left it. But if I don't lock the mouse, if I confine the mouse, it's centered, which is very bizarre. Oh, you know what? It probably, I don't know, because it's literally if you just hit escape and unescape. So it's not that either. Weird. Maybe I'll file a bug report because that doesn't seem like correct behavior. But I was thinking what it could be is as I turn the camera, it's hitting the edge of the screen. And then when we unhide, because it was off the screen, it's now like going, oh, well, you've got to be on the screen. So it's recentering it. But like, as you can see, like it doesn't have a fucking problem with it as long as I'm using a lock. So that seemed like a weird bug. It's the same as if I hide the background, like if I make the background transparent, it doesn't work on Windows for some reason. Like, or it does, but you have to go tell NVIDIA to stop trying to pick the right shaders and whatnot, because otherwise it just doesn't work. But anyway, our menus seem to be working. Annoyingly, oh yeah, that's right. That's why that's not working. So I'm going to go to tweak, and this is what I love about like my okay. Technically is incorrect because it is empty. But sometimes the lints are a little bit too aggressive. Like I agree with them in principle, but sometimes it's a little bit too much. So yeah, you don't like that because you're apparently more pro. I think I want to get rid of this entirely. Like I want to keep this part of it, but I want to go to like here and paste it like this, and I just want to get rid of menu state. Okay, so then like everything becomes actually technically the cheaty way to get around this is you go F2 and you say menu ID, and then you just yeah, okay. So now everywhere I had menu ID, it now says menu state, which means that I can do things like you are just self menu ID like that, and then you are also just like m.menu ID. I guess it's like more like m ID. There's going to be a lot of issues with this. Okay, so now there's no longer a partial equal between yourself and the other type, because that is just yourself. So no menu would just be Actually, technically, no menu can fuck off because I've decided to actually have a game instead of no menu. So you don't dereference, you just say self.0. So what I'm thinking is I may need to tweak the menu so that it can have its meta flags and its ID be two separate values, which is the kind of the reason to do it this way, is that I'm keeping them as two separate things is making it more complicated than they need to be. So you don't need new. You already have new technically if I get rid of this, because I think that's what that's complaining about. And then default is, so the default menu is going to be main menu is menu main menu ID, right, like that. That's your default value, and then we come down here and we say, hey, so open menu does that, right? But we're also going to make open menu push it onto the stack, so that's why I'm making this modification now. So previous, so that's another thing, is we can just give you previous, because that's the real key here, is because previous becomes previous, we will actually be able to like have somewhat configurable settings that transition as you go deeper and as you go up, of like whether you're in a particular, like how you got to a menu may change the behavior of the menu as you hit escape and that kind of thing. And then you've said that this is not clone. Oh, it is clone. It's also copy. It was clone and copy, but then I copy pasted over the top of it. It also needs to be not, I believe it can't be equal par equal. It can be hash though. It may need its own custom equal implementation, but we'll get to that. Okay, so you're saying that stack last stack unknown stack. Okay, right. Yeah, you don't need this bit. You can just literally take the last stack thing. And then have you gone back to like not saving on me? Thank you. All right, that seems like it's good, which just means we need to go to the settings menu and we just need to say, first off, I'm gonna fix up all these ones and we're just gonna fix all the menus that shouldn't be menus like that. Right. So then you just don't need the from world. It's just the settings menu and then the menu, and then we say, hey, you don't need to initialize yourself. You have a menu settings ID in your config and you don't like that. So settings, and then I believe settings doesn't actually need shit then, which means that we can effectively just say, oh, you do need the root, which is the single entity. You don't need the settings. God, the AI's bugging me now. Let me say, well, maybe leave that bit, because that was the bit fucked up last time I deleted that. Commands dot children, insert children. Like that. So then that spawns the correct thing there, and then we just need to fix this where it's actually do that, but then bring this up here, and then we're gonna go backspace home. Let camera setting equal open the camera menu setting, then you become camera settings, and then you become spawn camera settings, and then themed text. Ta-da! Okay, so then the camera settings, and then honestly the camera settings do literally nothing, so we're just going to say right, they probably need the despawn on, otherwise we're going to end up with multiple menus stacked on top of each other. But like, I'm just going to make the camera settings do literally nothing. You have accumulated an error. Something private in public interface. Game state apparently is leaking because you're public. Right. You should probably also be public. Thank you. Okay, so then we go back to here. We should have fixed like the leaking of the Mimi. Okay. So we go settings, and we go, hey, we're now in here, and then see, it's not actually despawning the previous menus, and that's the problem. So play, escape, resume, So that's working because it's closing something else, but like look, see main menu, resume roll over here. They're not being despawned. Oh no. Oh no. Kind of fun though. Right. So it's technically the buttons that need to get vibe checked out of here with the despawn on exit. Menu ID. Okay, let's go like let ES O equals despawn on exit main menu ID, right? And then we can just pass DSO in. So I need to wrap each of these in DSO. And then I guess technically I'm not going to bother with quit because quit closes the game. So do I decline you? Right, cool. So we despawn on exit of you and then this main menu. Right. We will get there. We will get there. The main menu technically still needs to be tweaked, but we're gonna go work on our like fucking let me in and out of the menus buttons first. So we have to go like mod. Okay, so on play you just resume, and then on escape should be working fine, and then spawn blank menu. Okay, open menu. So I think open menu is the trick here. So open menu takes in this and returns this. So open menu is also going to take in stack. And this is why I think maybe I should have like a thing of flags, because you may not necessarily want a menu to be stacked, but we'll find out. Res mute menu stack. Right, and then you also, I kind of wish I could make this just return underscore, but I don't, it gets annoying. Value does not need to be mutable. Yes, it does. So we're going to say set. So we need access to current, which is res state menu ID. And then this is also going to be res state menu ID. Something like that. Right. So that should then let that, which lets that. And then we can go in here and we can say stack.push current.0, current.get. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why is current state menu ID? Stack is, oh, wait, what? No, because you're a stack of menu. Mismatch type expected found. What do you mean? You're the fucking worst. Let c equal current dot get. Why are you returning it? Like, did I? Let's see. Oh, because you're a reference to a fucking. That's what's going on. I don't know why I was saying U32. Yes, very complex type. I kind of wish I could just replace that with an infiltrate, but then you get angry at me for that. So, alright. So that should mean that when we hit escape, we go back up the menu, because each menu tracks how we got there. So we go like play, we hit escape, and then we hit escape, and I hit escape, then we go settings, we hit escape, and we go escape. So that's a little bit annoying, because it does seem to fuck with the capture uncapture of the fucking menu, because we're hitting it. So I need to go to like the player and tell the player okay, so run player look player move run if in state playing. Please stop toggling the fucking cursor grab. Let the other thing take care of that, please. It's doing my fucking. Alright, so we do this, we do this. Okay, so we do probably need the escape menu to have the whole let DSO echo despawn on escape menu, and then we go here and we can say, hey, DSO clone. You wait another. What? Dude, why do you wrap the result like that? That was weird. Right. So we wrap resume. Okay, no. We concluded. Oh no, because you're back to main menu actually. So you actually do need to do that because you're not quit. So. Alright. So now my concern is that the main menu probably needs to clear the stack, because it doesn't make sense to be able to exit from main menu back into a main like into a different menu. Like the main menu shouldn't allow you to escape your way back up. So we can like play, we can escape, and then we can go to like settings and we can escape. So this camera settings thing is almost certainly because I'm a dumbass. Anyway. Oh, we had 2 copies of resume. Oh, yeah. See, this is what I mean. So if we go back to main menu and then we hit play, and we go back to resume. No, okay. Main menu, play, escape. Main menu, play, escape, 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 escape. Ah, right, because resume takes us directly to the game, but hitting escape while in the escape menu does not. So the on enter main menu needs to probably needs to clear the stack, which I think is probably a good point to implement the metadata of that. But anyway, we need to fix the camera settings. So the other option would be to like just kill all of the children whenever the transitions happen. That might be smart, because it feels like it's going to get really annoying to have to constantly clear out the settings. So we like the settings menu, and then we need to be like let despawn on exit the settings, and then we go here and we say DSO. Why did you do that again? Anyway. Right, so that should fix that bug where the settings keep appearing like that, and then we're just gonna go maybe on you. So this is on open. We're gonna I think I want to have something like here, like fn clear stack. Right, and then that's just going to take in mute stack, and then we're just going to call stack clear. And then that's just something that you as the menu creator are responsible for, like specifying that you want to happen, which is like main menu also calls clear stack. Right, because like what's happening there is if we go to the main menu, we leave that the escape menu has been opened, and then when we escape, we go back to the escape menu, and then when we hit escape again, we pop one off because the stack's not been cleared. So we go play and we go main menu, we say play and we hit escape and we hit escape, and it's still fucking doing it anyway. Also, settings in the main menu, that means that do we not, does the escape menu not do the DSO, despawn on exit? It does, and it does. So why the fuck are they staying around? Why did we not? I bet we're not exiting if we transition from playing to play. We never exit the sub. Well, that still doesn't quite. And the quit still fucking works, which is even more confusing. So what is happening? Why are you being unrooted? Why is your route changing? Why? Oh, because I'm an idiot. That's why quit's sticking around. Wait, on the escape menu as well. I thought I despawned. First off, it doesn't say main menu, which means it's actually the main menus one. I forgot that I was going, oh yeah, but when we click main menu, we don't need to clean it up. When we quit, we're quitting. But that's not the fucking case. When we click quit, we're still in the fucking game though. So it's actually that you need DSO. I still don't quite understand. It must be because we exit one and exit the other. Means that like this button actually ends up sticking around. We need to clone it here. Yeah, so what was happening is that we even though when we hit quit, we don't care if the button gets cleaned up. When we leave a menu that can quit, we still want to clean up the button. So every button needs to have the DSO. I do feel like maybe I could make like a system thing here that makes it easier to like do things. We go to settings and then it's stopped, and we can like escape, and then you apply and escape, and we go to settings and escape and settings, escape and escape and settings and resume and settings and menu and quit. Ta-da! Okay. I do love it. It do be good. I do feel like maybe we should make the stack clearing like a meta flag or something. Because I don't want it to store more data, but what I'm thinking is we could probably store like 8 bits in the top, and then you could like set those bits, and then when we do the equals, we clear those bits so that they're always equal when you're going from one menu to another. And then we could probably like take them as a mask and put them together. It seems a little bit like overly complicated to make the menu navigation kind of nice, but like because just in my head I'm thinking like it'd be a good thing of being like to be able to click around, but like keeping the stack in such a way that like if you get back to a menu that was already the menu, you sort of combine the menu settings or like reuse the menu settings. But anyway, we need to actually like implement the settings menu. So I'm going to rename you to mod like that. This is the settings menu that lets us actually do settings. So we have the camera settings, which is going to be our movement speed, and we want key bindings. I guess that's the other one. So we're going to go like mod key binding. Do that. Okay. So key bindings, which are always fun. We're going to be like camera settings. So the camera settings, we need to open camera settings menu. Boop, boop, and we're going to say, well, we need the root. Yep, sure. Why are you opening more camera settings? A little bit strange. We can say, right. Okay, the settings. Right. Player. I think it was called player, yeah. And then fly camera settings, move bindings, player plugin. Okay, so yeah, it's fly camera settings. So then we have that, and so we have movement speed, look sensitivity, invert Y, and boost multiplier. Okay. So we have the despawn on. Yeah. Okay. So this is a button, and this being a button is a kind of important. Okay. So this, well, first off, this one probably shouldn't be a button, but we're just gonna leave that there, and we're gonna tweak you so that you're a button, and you say invert. Actually, you should be a checkbox, and you check box. Yeah. So the checkbox takes 2 arguments, which is the overrides and the label. Checkbox frame. So I think the way this works is we want to go something like children. I want to say like node, comma, children, which is then going to go something like text. So it's going to be text and themed text, and then it's going to have a checkbox, which is then like a button, normal. Wait, checkboxes don't have buttons apparently. So first off, you just need the action here, and then the despawn on exit goes on you, I believe. Yeah, you get the DSO, and then the spawn all goes. Okay, so maybe. So first off, checkbox. You do that. Right. So node is going to do something like dot default. dot default. Right, that's too many dots, by the way. Yeah, all right, thank you. So we dot default u, and then we have the text, and then invert y, and then themed text checkbox. The checkbox takes two things, which is the checkbox takes in a bundle and oh, wait, it has a label field. So maybe I don't need to do all this extra stuff. Maybe. Right, so we're going to say let invert y equals, let invert y equals menu action from commands settings. No, the commands is just commands. Commands. Nope, that's not how that works. Okay, commands, and then the system is just going to be. All right. So you need to take in a mute settings. I think I need settings to be able to set the checkbox to the correct state, so that's why I'm taking it in. So mute settings create settings. So it'll be like res mute, which is actually I think why this is also yelling at us is because it's supposed to be res mute. Okay. Actually, not even res, just do it as res, not res mute. All right, so we take in settings and we take settings, and then I think that's correct. And then we just say like settings y is not equal to settings y. But new equals not new, and then this is a dereferencing issue where it's an aliasing thing where the compiler can't work out that I'm referencing something. That or it's not actually called that field. That could also be what's happening. Invert look y. Yeah, it's because it's called invert look y. But it's like sometimes the compiler is like, no, you can't access this because you're currently using it. Anyway, so what do we got? We have you despawn on that, and then checkbox, I guess, is the like that, and then do you get the themed text? Maybe. I guess I'm guessing you get the themed text. I don't know. Okay. What is your fucking problem? I suspect it's maybe something to do with label spawnable list. So it's actually you that spawn. Oh god. Text. No. Okay. Something tells me I'm going to need to restart VS Code again. Empty text. Okay. So then your action here is actually the invert y. That doesn't seem right. I think there's a way you're supposed to use checkboxes, and this is definitely not it. Lots of tokens. I guess. Yeah. What is going on? Why are you not? Children. What? Okay. What the fuck have I done wrong to break you? So something like button. Checkbox. So that's that one. This function takes 2 arguments, but 3 arguments were supplied because I need to wrap you. So apparently you need this. Why are you not moving? Spawn. Also, I need to wrap you together. What? What do you mean? I don't think this is supposed to have a comma. This is supposed to have a comma. God, I'm very confused. Okay. We have a checkbox. Let's see what the checkbox looks like, because I think the way you're supposed to use checkboxes, from my understanding of how, like, that is supposed to be used, is that you're supposed to, like, attach an observer. So we kind of want to go back to examples, and we want to go feathers. Built in. Feathers. Right. Check. Okay. Checkbox. Checked. Observe. On value change boolean. I think that's how you're supposed to do that. So it's supposed to be like checkbox, and then we say if okay, let so let checked equal if invert dot settings dot invert look y, then it's checked. Well, your type is checked, right? I think that's, I don't know, because it could also be like, maybe I should swap and make sure that I'm actually on 0.18.1, because checked could have been like they've changed how the checkbox works. Check. No, so that's what I thought. Checked is just their like marker to say like it should be ticked. So it's annoying. So I think technically we want to do something like let root equal commands dot empty root, something like this, because then we can say if you're checked, then we want to say root dot insert add child like this, and then we go, hey, checkbox checked. So it's wanting to do something like this. So it's like it wants to be like, hey, checked, invert y-axis themed text, and then it wants to be like observe invert y. So the observe would then be our invert y logic here, because I feel like I've kind of doubled up and like rewritten something that Bevy's trying to write itself. in that, like, they're saying, like, this is how you do it, and then else do nothing. But now, else just does nothing. Right. What the fuck have I done? How have I broken it? Where have I broken it? Okay, so, you maybe? So, okay. So, if, it's not even that. It's if let settings, let's get rid of this. I think it still needs that DSO bit, but anyway. Okay, so add child, which would be maybe that, which would then come to here. Like we're doing like one more like that. So we would say the checkbox can't find value checked. Okay, that's pretty easy to fix. Import checked, right? So text, so it's spawn. God, there's too many layers of shit now. Okay, so then we have observe. Cannot find function observe import. UI widget observe. Observe, which takes in on. Is it like value changed? Good. Maybe. Okay, so fuck off. All right. First, let's get the fucking checkbox working. So, add child checkbox. Okay. First off, we add the child. You have a problem because I haven't put a bundle in there. Okay. Then it's a checkbox. Like, it needs to wrap it. So check box. Then that will spawn the checkbox, and then we put a parent possibly so that it doesn't fucking try and destroy it. Okay. So the checkbox takes 2 arguments, which is checked and spawn. Yes. Yes. This function takes 2 arguments. Yes, but why? Okay. And then you take in a text check box and a something theme text. Theme text. I don't think I spelled that right. Themed text. Okay, this fucking thing is, this struct takes 1 argument but 0 arguments were supplied. What the fuck do you mean this struct takes? What struct? Which struct exactly? Did I give 0 fucking... What do you mean? So the yellow is inside the spawn, which is... What struct is missing its fucking field, though? Spawn. Ah, okay, first off, you're new. That would help. Okay, well that also split it onto new lines, so that's also... Okay, so we have checked, and then fucking S. What is your problem? Okay, get rid of this, checkbox. Why? What is your problem? Mismatch type expected. God, it's okay. So can we get you to fucking save? And then I'm going to restart the fucking. It's not even using any like. Okay. Anyway. We'll restart code so that it actually like responds somewhat reasonably quickly, and I can say root dot. I have to wait for that to finish. Okay, with child checkbox checked. Your label is S, comma DSO despawn on. Okay. Okay, so root is variable. All right, is there a possible way that I can fucking tell it to do more? What's the bet that if I track down my, like, file that this thing pulls its settings from, the fucking AI stuck something in there that has turned it down? Because I've never had this issue before, and then I started vibe coding shit, and now it's all fucking busted, so... So fucking stupid. Anyway, so we add the children, okay, so... First off, let's cut this and paste it in here. All right. So then we have the checkbox, and then we want to say observe, and we want that observe to be like check, and then on. Value change. Bool, right, and we're gonna go setting, res mute, right, and then it's not whatever the fuck that is, it's check dot value settings dot look equal check dot value. Right. So ironically, the only reason that I need the two different fucking paths is because I need a variant view that doesn't start checked. Yeah, this is that. I didn't have an issue. That's why I'm thinking like it doesn't feel like it's a issue with VS Code specifically, but an issue with when it generated this plan or when I set up my fucking like in here this bit somewhere it's fucking doing something. Like if I think I archived this. Well, maybe if I archive this, if I feel like it's something to do with this, it's like constantly reloading something, and that's slowly leaking memory that like I otherwise wouldn't have a problem. Like, because I've done 12-hour coding sessions where I've streamed the whole thing and never had this problem. So something has gone wrong. Like maybe it's one of these extensions that I've got enabled. Maybe like, you know, maybe we should turn some of these fucking off. Like maybe we'll just like disable it and install you. I'll have to turn some of these back on because I use them in other stuff, but like PDF to Markdown, that should be fine. Markdown linked, Markdown preview, JSON, code flare, like these all seem pretty fine. Debug probe. Like it could be one of those extensions is leaking memory or something, but like never had this fucking issue before, and it's doing my head in. I'm like, it's got to be the AI like turned on a setting. But like I don't see a settings override here, which means it's done on my default, which is so much worse. Because it means it's going to be doing it on like all of my things, not just the ones that I vibe code in. Anyway, I have then lost track of what I was doing. Oh, we're doing the checkbox in settings. Okay, so camera settings, we have the checkbox. We're going to check what it looks like. because what I'm hoping, which annoyingly I have to like divert the code and make an exact copy here, which is so annoying because I need a version of the checkbox that's either starts checked or doesn't start checked, depending on if the inverted Y is happening. So then we go to settings, I go to camera settings, and it didn't actually fucking spawn anything, apparently. Open camera settings. What do you mean? Why is this empty? Excuse me. If I said something along the lines of root dot with child button props, button variant, normal, corners, fucking all overrides, give it no overrides, give it no children. Right. Spawn a button as well, so that I can tell if it's actually fucking doing anything. Like, is the checkbox broken? Or is it something else that's broken? Open camera settings menu, settings, camera settings. Not getting here, can I get you to fucking print if you're getting here? Because it could just be that I'm not actually getting here. Like, could be that up here we never backend init. When we say app, app. Don't init this. Add menu. It could be that, you know. Could be that we just, you know, didn't add the camera settings menu. I was going to make it print out, but settings, camera settings. Hey, look, invert checkbox. That's a button on top. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Something tells me it's because it's my responsibility as the fucking owner of the fucking checkbox to invert the checkbox, like to actually like persist its state, which is annoying but also good because it would mean that I probably can get rid of this, because if I'm persisting its state, it means I can probably read this each time and then like, yeah, clear that up. So we have our camera settings, we're coming in here, so let's get rid of this button because this button is stupid. And then we go back to here and we go, hey, so I'm pretty sure it said something about it being the player's responsibility. Checkbox, so observe, and then commands, and then checkbox check, let button entity query or single change value button dot insert interactive disabled checkbox command and change source. Change dot source if value insert clicked, checkbox dot remove clicked. Checked. Wait, did I put the wrong thing in? Because I'm pretty sure I was in. Oh no, I was inserting the one that was correct. Right, that is terrible. So when we spawn it, we need to spawn the right fucking one. Oh, it's so bad. Technically I don't need to do this because it's only this. It's only the checkbox that actually needs to be done, maybe. So what that means is it's like annoyingly we have to like, I guess it's taking commands, so like, and then we like commands dot entity check dot source dot if check dot value insert checked and then remove checked. Right, so that works, which annoyingly means that I probably need to make the observer out here because I need 2 copies of fucking observer. Okay, no. So it's so bad, it's just so bad. So I need to do it like let CB, I guess. No, it's let setting invert look Y. Technically, this is probably the correct way of doing it, and my code that I wrote for doing the other menus is probably reinventing the wheel. Okay, then we say like root dot with child, and we do this. And we like wrap you like that. Like that, maybe. Right. So we do this, which then so that sets up to despawn at the right time. We need to make a null. And then we grab this piece of code and we say so what exactly do you do with the checked? Wait a second. No, checkbox is just on the fucking thing, so we can literally just wait. Yeah, I think. Yeah, you just literally make it part of the bundle, which is even more confusing. So wait, does that mean it's supposed to go higher up? For now, that should work. It's a bit stupid because I'm literally passing in an override that doesn't actually override anything when in fact I'm overriding it with these two values, but I can't be fucked. And then if look insert checked. Right, so we spawn it and then we insert checked. Rather than having to work out if we're going to do two different variants. The next question is, does it actually work? Well, apparently the answer is, fuck me, the camera isn't going to work because I think it's opening the menu every time I do that, which is so fucking annoying. Why are you not hiding the mouse? Okay. Actually, maybe if we go to the menu and hit resume, because it could be that like no play didn't do it. Why? Okay. Okay, one last try. Play, escape, resume. No. The Y is leaving resume, which I believe, if all is doing as I remember, like if it's doing what I think it should be doing, which is when I hit resume, resume calls resume to play. Okay. So technically my way is better because they're not all observers, which is I think slightly better because they're not using obs match. Like, they don't need to have what they're observing. But anyway, to play, that's game state playing, which means that it's almost exclusively just that you look update. Okay. You need a on. Yeah. You need to stop being annoying and say dot on. No. Add systems on enter playing game state playing hide cursor. And then dot add system on exit game state playing show cursor. Yeah, that should fix it because it's like theoretically the mouse should probably not be locked, like the look should not be locked to if the cursor is hidden or shown, it should be if you're in play or not. But anyway, so now we go to settings and we go to camera settings and we go, hey, invert Y. Oh, yep, no, that fucking worked. The settings got changed. Oh, I mean, it worked. I don't like this monstrosity of a piece of fucking code, but you know. Yeah, so the observe works because it's watching for the specific action of that. Okay, so what else do we need? We need a... We probably want to put it up here because technically we've got up. So we can say look. Okay, so we're going to say like root dot with child slider, and then slider properties, and then value is settings dot mouse sensitivity, look sensitivity, minimum is 0.01 and maximum is probably 0.1 because the fucking mouse sensitivity is insane. And then we say that your overrides are, I don't know, text, look sensitivity, themed text, and then what? No. Well, yeah, you will need the observer, but I want to see what it looks like with the themed text first. I don't know what I've done to break it. Am I like one too short? What's going on? Right, slider with the okay. Children. Children text 10. Why does it say 10? Well, let's find out what that looks like. Because I would kind of appreciate if you had like the actual text that I wanted, but yeah. Settings, camera settings. Well, I mean, sure. And then I believe that the slider just triggers like a change float. Slider. Slider. So then slider properties, yep. And then max value, and then slider step, and then slider properties. Slider precision. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Observer slider update. Wait. Is it just a thing that you've pulled in from somewhere else, or is it like slider update? Oh god. Checkbox self update. Where was the checkbox? Check. When did you insert checkbox self update? I bet it's in here somewhere. So this is observing the actual checking. I actually don't know when it uses it. Anyway, I didn't actually look at the... Well, I guess this is like fucking nothing actually uses the slider. I want to say it's like it's the same thing where it's like slider and on value change. So then we go like, it's something like, I guess it's in the overrides, but interestingly I can just put them outside, which actually for me is personally just like so much fucking easier than trying to like cram everything into like a thing. And then we say like observe, and we say this observer takes in on change, which I believe is an on. Press dot. Dot. Oh god, it's in white mode. Wait, so like dot opens up a web edition? Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. That's kind of, yeah. Now I get full search. Yeah. Oh, and like fucking syntax highlight. Oh, fuck, that's a, okay. That's so fucking nice. Okay, so on value change, I'm assuming it's an F32 on a slider. We also want, oh yeah, I like stole these as well, which is part of the overrides, I believe. But like this, please. So we also need to slider step and slider precision. So I assume slider precision is a component which controls the rounding of the slider during dragging. Slider step is not affected, although presuming the slider step will be an integer multiple of the rounding factor. Okay, so 0, 1, please. So that should let me have like 10 steps of slider. So we're going to say change, and then we need to, so we need the mute. That's actually really cool. It seems to also be like annoyingly that it appears Microsoft is doing that thing where their web one's developed independent of their not web one. Like it's not just a web port, like one-to-one, because the obviously the colors are different because it's theming, but like it's highlighting things in a different way than like it's hard to express because my brain's just like there's something different, but like it's actually putting like squares around the boxes. I don't, this one does, but like they're different, like they're gray squares, whereas this one actually does like squares that are the color. Maybe they're just green squares, but like they're much easier to see, which is weird. Anyway, so we need mute, and this is going to be props. I think that's how it works. So it's like then it's like query mute slider props. Maybe it's not. No, obviously with values there, it has to be slider. Like, as in, surprised it's not its own thing, because that would be clever if value was its own property, because then you could do the same thing as checked, where you don't actually have to bring this in. You just bring in commands and you can just access it. And then settings. We need mute settings. Res mute settings. Camera settings. Sorry, camera. What? Oh, let me brought them in. Can we replace with use bar? Thank you. Fly camera settings. Right. So it's like something like this, something like this. So it's like properties query slider properties. Something, do this. Save that. And then you're going to complain about me not putting something here, which you like to do. Right. So it says closer cannot be observer system, intersystem. So why can you not be an observer? Okay. What did I get wrong? Did you do that thing when it pulls in a different type of query? No. Right. First off, let's go with maybe doing that and then commenting that out and going, hey, does this work? This works. So why the hell don't you like mutable query properties? Okay, very strange. Anyway, we're going to go here and we're going to say setting look sensitivity equals value. Okay, question is mute props, create slider props. Why is that not allowed? Oh, because I bet slider properties aren't actually a fucking thing. You're using the properties, which is exactly what I was expecting, because that means that I don't actually need to bring in the query. I can just bring in commands, because bringing in commands is such a better way of doing that. And you say commands dot entity change dot source dot insert slider value settings dot look sensitivity. There we go. Oh, Oh, that's kind of cool that like they've actually gone to that branding thing. It just feels different, which is so strange. Yeah, so I like that because I was going to say I'm surprised that they did it as like a value minimum maximum instead of taking in and having those set like as individual components, because then I could just insert the value, and that's exactly what they've done under the hood where you can't fucking see it. So it's only because I was trying to pull it in as properties. Anyway, so that should mean that the slider now works, because when I change the value of the slider, settings, camera settings, well, the answer is apparently still not working, but that might be because I need to actually look up how does its self change thing work. So up here it said slider self update. Okay, apparently I can't F12 to that. Where did that come from? UI widgets? The answer is fuck you. We'll go back to here where we can F12. And with slider UI widgets. And then slider and self update. No, okay, so it's because we're bringing a slider in. So we're going to slider and we say slider self update on value change F32. Then we go back to camera settings. We say, this is what I did, right? On value change F32. We observe this. Can we like print line value changed? I'm confused about why I can't change the value. Maybe I'm putting it in the wrong spot, and that it needs to be on the. Well, this technically should be the same thing because it's the same bundle. No, the value is definitely changing. It's just changing to the same fucking number every time. Which means that I should probably turn these two off and have a look to see if the issue is that because I'm setting that step size. Wait, why is it even 10? The fuck? Well, I mean, it's kind of working now. Not really, but kind of. If I can go really far, but for some reason it's decided that the range from here to here is fucking minuscule. And also, why does it say 10? Why does this say 10? You're running. Who am I giving a slider value to? That's the better question. Someone's getting a slider value who's not supposed to have a slider value. Is it supposed to be maybe? Maybe. It's supposed to be here? Maybe? I don't know. Where did they put it? Because maybe it's supposed to be like a higher up, a level up or something. I don't know. Slider. Okay, so put the slider properties. So we spawn the slider in and we put the slider and we do the slider self update. So that's supposed to be outside of the slider. That's the key trick. The observer is 100% outside of the slider. Which is kind of interesting. Because, like, aren't they the same object? Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. I think they are because they're the same bundle. So it being inside or outside of the slider is inconsequential. Unless it's going into the, like, the slider takes in properties and override, and then override is stuck in its place. So no, that doesn't actually make sense. Observe, change settings, settings. Okay. We probably need to go back and, like, again, check out exactly how the slider is doing its overriding. Because it's doing the right thing, it's just not. Update slider start, update slider, set slider, update slider position. So there's like an observer, and it's like set slider self position. Oh, it's because we're in feathers at the moment, that's why it's not. Slider. So I go to this slider, we say, hey, slider self. Okay, slider self update. Value change dot source. Maybe I've done the wrong thing. Commands entity value dot source. Value change dot value. Okay. This is the wrong thing. Back to VS Code. Okay. So I just want to, like, lock this here. Now move this up here, and I'm gonna go, like, right click, and then I'm going to right click, close to the right. Close it to. Then we go back to here. Okay. Okay. So change dot source. Insert slider value looks entity dot value. First off, we don't actually seem to be even fucking updating the source properly. But that's all it does, right? Like, you just say value change source. Slider on set value. And then we say, like, hey, slider self update takes in and says, hey, entity slider source insert slider value. Right. That's all that does. And that's literally all I'm doing is value change dot source. Change. Okay. Right. Like, it's exactly the same. I'm inserting that. My only thing is I was technically copying this, which could have been doing some kind of weird, like, read-write ordering, but I doubt it. Like, why is it 10? Why are you the wrong fucking entity? The color slider. Oh, put in observe. Why is it not working? We call slider. And we put in observe. Why? Okay. What have we said? Observe. I highly doubt that. It was working before, like, when I stuck it, I think I stuck these on or something. Something caused it to work, like, in terms of it was showing 0.05, but then it's now showing 10, which means that it's just actually not updating. 10's the default value. That's where 10 is coming from. So if we said Bevy UI widgets, UI widgets on UI widgets, also slider self update. So, like, this is like one for one what it says to do. on the slider, give the slider the update. The other option is that this is the wrong add observer. Add an observer as a bundle effect. Bevy UI widgets. See, like it's not actually changing that. So what that makes me think is, well, it'd be really funny if that what's happening is that it's supposed to have these, and without those, that's actually possibly what it is with it, without these, it's not being detected as an actual slider, which is very stupid because it should definitely 100% have those if they're required for it to be a slider. See, because now it's pinned to the middle of it. Okay, so that's what 0.5 is, because it's actually picking up on these, but it's not letting me change the. So I'm thinking probably to do with text theme. Oh, you know what? It could be the same thing that was happening last time, which is that the text is being dumped on top. Which when I was doing the text, the other thing is it was okay, so now it's at least got the slidey thing. Okay. So I don't know how I'm actually get to. Oh, disgusting. Why? Why, Bevy? Why? Why is it up down but it's drawn left right? Why? Why have you done this? Why have you forsaken me? Why? Okay, anyway, so it appears that the adding of the text is what is probably what's causing it. Maybe not, but maybe it is just that it's up and down, but I think it's the text. The text is probably fucking with its ability to know where it is. But that is so fucking stupid. I think I've run across this before last time I was fucking around with UI. Yeah, so see, I can't click it. So it's literally that the text breaks it because the text is not being treated correctly. That's why it was acting weird about the range sideways outside of the window. Yeah, exactly, because it was more that I was dragging the mouse down than it was that it was the value was changing. So first off, we need to take this back to being whatever I had here originally, which I think I completely deleted, didn't I? Yeah, I had it in my clipboard and then I've overwritten it. But, yeah, fuck me, I guess. So first off, let's so observe on change on value change F32. So then we need a settings fly camera, and then we also want mute commands settings and we need command dot entity dot change dot source dot insert slider value settings. I like doing it this way of doing like the look sensitivity, so like no matter what, the settings are copied across the settings. Like, so there's got to be a way of tweaking the orientation, because it's fucking stupid that it goes left to right but you have to drag up and down. And I feel like there was a whole bunch of settings inside of the slider that would be like, one of those surely controls which axes. Yeah, so that's why it was acting so funny, is that like it's purely that like when you go over here it's much easier to accidentally change the vertical height. That's so fucking stupid, and I need to work out what I need to do differently about the button so that the text doesn't. Honestly, it's probably like a spawn thing. So we need to do something like spawn the text, and I want to say maybe something like this. No, doesn't like that. Children, maybe children. Children's also going to cause issues because it's going to collide with the thing, right? If I go into slider does this, and then slider calls children, and then this children will conflict with that children. Bastard. So what are you doing? You're spawning flex, you're spawning the slider text. So I really just need the text to be either above or below or next to, like, I can't be doing this text inside. The text is 100% breaking things, which is kind of weird, but also fair enough. It's so strange. It's because it's using the Y, but it's rendering on the X. Like, that 100% what's happening is it's using the Y and rendering on the X. The question is whether that's intentionally done or if it's because I fucked up somewhere in the examples. Like, so this is a toggle switch, and then they say dit, and then checkbox. So this is a slider. And then they do this, and they do this, and there's in the update cell. Color slider. So I guess the question becomes, if I navigate to slider, so this is UI slider, and this is feather slider. So the feather slider has the node, which is the row, the height, and the axis, and the padding, and the flex growth. There's probably something in the flex direction, but I can't change this, which means it has to be something I do in the parent. Ooh, actually, that would be interesting. It could be using the flex direction of the parent. So the reason it's an up-down slider is because the flex direction is this way. Like, because this is underneath, it means that it's treating it this way. Whereas if I was stacking left to right, it would be different. But we'll work out. So slider style. So slider style means that it's using feathers to style it. Range is from min to min max. Okay. Entity cursor. You resize the east west. Wait, that makes it even worse. I just realized the fucking arrow is pointing in the wrong direction. It's got the left right arrow, but you drag up and down. What the fuck? It didn't occur to me that the arrow is like tells you which way to drag, and it's fucking wrong. What the fuck? Use the gradient to draw the moving bar, and then override, and then we come down here and we go, okay, update slider style, don't care. Update style remove. Okay, set slider style, don't care. Update slider position. I don't think it's any of this. I think the slider is coming from here. Slider on pointer down. Slider drag start. Slider drag end. Slider on drag. So it's got to be something like set the slider value to the specified value. Add a delta to the slider value. Add a delta to the slider value multiplied by the slider step. So how does it do this? Slider on set value. On set slider value. Sets slider value range option slider step. So slider value. Okay. Absolute value range clamp new value. Okay. Range clamp value plus delta. Trigger value change. Set value entity. Right. So relative step range clamp delta. Okay. Set slider value change. Where slider on slider on keyboard input. Okay. Arrow left. Home. Okay. Yeah. it's slider on drag and fucking what? Okay, slider on drag. This is almost certainly the function that's fuck what. Okay. If drag.dragging and not disabled, node.size.y determine orientation value if height is greater than width. That better not be what the fucking... That's so fucking stupid if that's what's happening. I read that line and I immediately went, I bet someone is being an idiot. They are deciding whichever axis is longer is the axis to control the slider, which makes sense intuitively of being like, well, we want to like give you the finest grain control. But because the UI widget and feathers are two separate things, if feathers accidentally makes your fucking widget too wide, the widget now decides that actually you want to control it in a different direction, but because feathers didn't set that, feathers has left everything. Okay, so what that sounds like to me is if I go and stick in other things, it will fix it on its own. I'm not entirely sure. Event.distance, distance.y times by -1, so it inverts to xy. Translate vector distance. So it's just something about it tells me that that's what's wrong. So I'm just going to go stick a whole bunch more sliders in. Is there? I thought I looked for slider, but like the issue is that they had one example of a slider and then everything else was a color slider. So like there was no slider properties, slider properties, slider properties. These are all color sliders. So then there's a slider. So there's only this slider. That's it. So the Bevy widget, feathers widget, like example of all the feathers, does not show a horizontal or vertical slider. But maybe if I go back here and I say main, apparently 404, which, I mean, is that a good start? That when I go to the examples on main, they don't exist, which implies that feathers is now called feathers widgets. Nope, it's now in widgets, UI widgets, feathers, standard widgets, standard widget observers, vertical slider. So it's not that it's a non-feathers version, it's that I bet if I go slider, there is probably a second example of a slider in here now. No, apparently not. Go to the top. Slider properties, slider. I bet slider properties now, if I go to slider properties. Nope, still only got those. Where the fuck would it be? I think what it is that you're looking at main and not 018, and that it's not that there's a it's not that you can do it yet, but that this is a problem they know about that they have since fixed. I still don't see anything, but there's a little one called vertical slider. So demo slider, vertical slider. Vertical slider. With child, parent, vertical slider. Flex, column, center, parent. Vertical slider. Where did vertical slider come from, though? Where did this function come from? Where are you pulling this function from? Update vertical slider. Where is this coming from? Okay, vertical slider, input bundle, demo, vertical slider, slider, background, slider track, child, dummy slider, thumb, horizontal slider. So I'm trying to work out where the difference is, because there's both demo sliders. Hover is default, which is kind of weird. Vertical slider, so they didn't give it a vertical slider. Update slider values. So what confuses me here is that there doesn't appear to be any kind of actual difference, which kind of funny, but also implies that Bevy may actually not be aware that the horizontal verticalness of a slider. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is it only says vertical slider, and they declared vertical slider. That's their type. They declared it here. They declared it a vertical slider. But there's no difference between a vertical slider and a horizontal slider, except potentially somewhere they've done like a length width swap or something. So this is text vertical, like label ID, parent spawn, text 50, da-da-da-da. So they spawn it here. So this is a value label ID, vertical slider self-updating. And then the horizontal one is a horizontal slider. Like that's it. So like it's only in these two functions that they differ. And then we go down to the vertical and horizontal sliders. And I was looking at all the types. Like, hence I've got the word slider, because for all I know, there is actually a type. But you said line 155, yeah. So 155, they have their marker for a vertical slider. That's their marker. Not Bevy. Like, nowhere did they tell Bevy that this slider is horizontal and that this slider is vertical, which implies that they had to do, there has to be some difference between these two, which I really don't feel like going through. So flex direction column, justify center. Flex direction row, justify center. So I bet you that column and row is what is determining this. And I wonder if we, I hit F12, which is not how you do it on the web. I reckon if I go to wait, what? This is not where I expected to end up. How do I, let's stop, F11, back. I want to go to flex direction, and I'm curious if they've updated the documentation, because what that could possibly be is flex direction column in flex direction, right? Sets the way the text direction along the main axis. Flex from top to bottom. Same way as text direction. Opposite as text direction. So I think that's them trying to distinguish, like, if you said row, people are like, but which one's row and column? So they're saying rows are text, column is top to bottom. And I think that is what it is using to decide which one to do, which then when we come here is that, like, I can't do that because the slider itself sets this and also doesn't set the direction. I'm curious if I overwrite the direction, will it fix it? Possibly, but unlikely, because the piece of code said that it used that. So the only thing really left to check is, did they fix it in the widget? So we have to track down the widget code and see if they've actually fixed the bug, or if they've implemented something else entirely on the premise and they haven't actually realized that it's bugged. Update slider values. No, so it's up here. Yeah, the flex direction is the only difference that I can spot that actually would actually mean anything, because that's what I'm saying. This can't be considered a difference because it's in your personal code. So it's not Bevy saying that there's a difference. So, like, what did they actually change? So, setup. Flex direction row. Horizontal slider. So somewhere down here, it called, okay, slider self-update. Okay, where are you pulling this? All right, so I need to go to, like, UI widget. So we need, like, Bevy UI. It could actually be underneath this because, yeah, Bevy UI widgets. Grr. And then we go lib. Actually, we would have known it's in slider. So now we go down to, like, slider update value or whatever it was called. Slider on pointer down. No, it was like slider on drag. Slider on drag start. Value, drag value disappeared. Drag to propagate disable. Okay, drag dot dragging equals true and drag dot offset value equals 0. So that's just how it keeps track. So slider on drag. If is vertical. Is vertical. Node.size.y is greater than node.size.x. I don't think they've fixed it. I think they don't realize how they've done that. Because that piece of code's still the same, and I guarantee that that piece of code is what is breaking it. Slider size, if vertical, well, it could be down here that does something, but like nothing seems to be touching the flex direction. So node, what is touching node? Where do they call node? Node.size, 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 node. Yeah, so they're using the size. So unless that the flex direction being different, and it's the computed node, so they actually don't even get to touch the flex direction. The computed node's like the values it calculates from that. So it never actually knows whether the flex direction is set, which means that I don't think they know that that's doing what it's doing, that it's deciding that the longer edge is the one to use. And whoever wrote that example, oh my God, the code's got really laggy. Why is that? Is that just like leaking memory? Why the fuck is it? No, why is it so slow? Oh, right, no, never mind, it's up and down. Like, fuck me, it's so confusing. All right, I think if we just add more sliders, it will fix itself, which is the most fucked up, stupid thing I've ever done in my life, where I'm like, I think the bug is that they think that it should be taller than it is wide, and it's not. Okay, so we have this slider, so this slider is going to be movement speed, so it's slider dot move speed, which is going to vary from a minimum value of, fuck knows, we got to go to the player and have a look at like what our move speed's actually defaulting to. So default fly settings, default. So move speed's 8, so we should probably range from like 5 to say 15, 5 to 20. So dumb. Min is like 5 to 20. Please step in one step, like 0.1, 0.5 increments with a precision of like 0.1. With one decimal point of precision, please. So then we override and we say that, hey, like you're actually not look sensitivity, you are move speed, and so that should be that one. And then we have look sensitivity, move speed, and then there was boost multiplier, which is going to be from, I guess, 0.5, because I actually kind of like the idea that you can like turn the boost down to up to, I guess, fucking 5 times. And then we want this to be in like I guess 0.5 again. 0.5 increments with a 1 precision. Right, and then you would be, that would be a good way to fuck up someone's look sensitivity, if you could change the boost speed and like fuck their sensitivity up. Well, I don't know if they're manually doing it. I think that whoever wrote the examples doesn't know that this bug exists, and they just so happened to have, like, when they changed the flex direction, changed the way that it, like, because it, like, it tries to stretch along the flex. Oh my God. Fuck. It's so fucked. I hate it so much. It's so fucked. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm fucking filing a bug report right fucking now because I hate that so much. So we go to GitHub and we go we should probably test on latest, and I'm curious if I can just bump straight to latest. Am I using anything that doesn't use just pure Bevy? No. So we probably can say that we are going to go to git equals and then we're just gonna, I'm going to test it on latest before I file a bug report in case they did actually fix it and we just can't actually spot the difference. But that is so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my God. It's going to take ages to compile too because it's going to need to recompile everything. Oh my God, it's so dumb. It clearly wasn't intentional
because if it was intentional, I guarantee that Feathers would have updated the cursor to point the right way. So it's just that someone went, we should make it the longer axes, and nobody has noticed, because almost always you're going to have a menu that is wider than it is tall if it has like more than like 3 buttons. It's literally only something I found because I had only one slider. If I had, I think even if that checkbox had just been bigger, like I don't take out half the space, because if we go to the actual spawning of the menu, yeah, we make it 30% of the width and 70% of the height. And because we're 916, means we're 0.88 or something is 916. Yeah, I can actually do the math. So 16 divided by 9, no, 177. So 9 divided by 16. So we're 0.56 the difference. So we multiply 0.75 by 5.6, which makes that is 40% the height, right? No, I think it's 16 divided by 9 times 30. So, okay, yeah. So our 30 is 55% of the 70, which means that literally 2 sliders and it wouldn't have happened, because each slider would have been less than half, like would have been like less than half of the height. It's so it doesn't like that I'm calling heap something. What the fuck? First off, why are you not showing me red errors? Maybe I need to cargo. The fuck just went beep. The fuck? Okay, what the hell is your problem? Do I have to go like cargo update? I feel like it's trying to use outdated stuff. Like it's trying to use 0.8 stuff for 0.9, because I'm not using anything that, like, you know, 30 RON const hashing. None of those do anything. So it's not like I've got any compatibility between crates. It's literally the only crate that can be incompatible is Bevy with itself, which would be kind of funny. Well, I think the reason they're not checking the direction indicator is because the way that Bevy Feathers is set up, not widgets themselves, since I think the confusion is that widgets is like how Bevy's implementing sliders, and Feathers is Bevy adding a UI skin on top of, and theming and stuff on top of widgets. So the idea being that widgets need to be versatile enough to work, which, yeah, it's stupid. Why would you not check the flex direction, outside of potentially the fact that you may not want the flex direction to line up with the way of the slider, in terms of like that would cause certain elements, like if you had like buttons on either end and had a thing, maybe that wouldn't work. But like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense for why. I also feel like I should really be restarting code. I'll close this. Can I get you to please come out? Yeah. So I think so. What's happening, from what I can work out, is that widgets is doing something that Feathers is not expecting, and so what Feathers does is Feathers locks away like a lot of stuff, so that like they can configure the node the way that they want it configured, which keeps fucking me up, because you're supposed to spawn children to have the text, not put the text inside the main element kind of thing. Like a button's not supposed to have text on it, and the button is supposed to have text as a child. But that's what's happening in our settings here. So what we have with the slider. So slider, see how like I'm not setting any of the node stuff? Like I can't set the flex direction here. And even if I wanted to, I couldn't do like override node. By like node. I can't save anything, otherwise it'll crash when it gets to here. But like we can't do like node direction, flex direction columns, dot default. We can't do that, because doing that would mean that we actually have 2 copies of node, because the way this works is that when we go in here, we have this copy of node, and then our override is stuck at the end. So if we have node in our override, now we have 2 copies of node, and that's the same all the way up. Like even here, I can't put node out here because the slider is technically still node. Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was expecting. I was not expecting it actually to be in the properties. I was expecting it to go here, like a you know, vertical, or like a, you know, because of the way that widgets is set up, I would expect it like vertical like this, or to use the node one, because vertical here makes sense in that it means that like you can make your widgets respond if this is present, but have default behavior. Because that's not bad behavior in terms of like, oh, the longer edge is probably the edge that you want a slider to be using. What makes it bad behavior is that you can't tell it not to. You cannot, in the current configuration, have a slider that is wide, that is taller than it is wide, and have it use the width as the slide direction, which is just baffling. Yeah, so this is just it's thrown me through a loop, is what it's done. Is of like, I was not expecting that to happen, and I'm amazed how important that mouse change is in terms of like every single time I've gone back to that slider. Well, I guess it's everything. That's what they talk about, like the juice and the UX experiences. Every single thing about how widgets inserted that UI tells me it goes left to right, except the actual code that runs it goes, no, it goes up and down. It's so broken. And yeah. I'm gonna fucking file a bug report. So I'm literally compiling the code because I want to make sure that it's not like we've missed something and that they've actually fixed it. Like, from my feeling, 100% that this is still broken, because looking at that one line of code, I'm like, that's not how you would do that. It's so fucking dumb. I am actually like running through in my head being like, how unreasonable is it that someone thought that was a good way of doing it? And my conclusion, it constantly comes up that it's actually fine in terms of like, I cannot imagine very many cases where you would intentionally make your slider taller than it is wide, in terms of like the way you want it to slide. Like the long axis is almost always the direction you'd want it to slide. But the fact that you can't change it is so stupid, and there's no indication that that's how it determines it, to the point that the UI library gets it wrong. Like the fucking built-in Bevy library gets it wrong, because that also implies that like whoever made but also yeah, it's in the UX is insane if it checks rather than just allowing always assuming horizontal, you should have at least changed the render. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I think is happening, is that it makes so much sense for widgets to be doing it that way, because widgets is assuming that there's no time where you'd ever want a slider that is so like is wide, like is really tall, but not, but you're not actually doing it vertically. Like it only makes sense for the long axis to be the direction that you slide in. That on the widget level makes sense. So the bug is actually with the fact that Bevy Feathers, which is doing the UI visual layer, does not actually check, nor does it even seem to be aware that it could be wrong. Hence, it's giving the wrong cursor. It's giving the wrong gradient angle, like direction. So it's like, so I don't know which way they're going to fix it. Hopefully they fix it in the way that like makes sense, in that like use the flex direction or something. But technically both crates need to be fixed, because the widgets is being too opinionated. Because like that's why they're actually split into two crates, is Bevy didn't want the UI to be opinionated. So they have an unopinionated, like, hey, this is just logic for a slider, so you don't have to keep re-implementing a slider. And then Feathers is opinionated in that, like, this is how your UI will look. This is the color theming. This is, we're going to have a gradient slide instead of like a knob that you can drag. Like, that's too opinionated for Bevy to say, like, hey, this is how it has to be done. So they have the capacity to do it, but like no implementation. So, but yeah, so it's wrong for widgets to be opinionated about which is the correct axis. And it's also wrong for Feathers to assume that widgets is unopinionated. which is just so fucking... I was not expecting to work on UI all day. I was expecting to spend like an hour doing UI and then end up like working on voxel stuff. But like I have just spent the entire day working on UI. Part of it because we keep hitting fucking bugs. Also, why are you stuck? Can you... No. Why did it get stuck? It was just stuck doing something, recompiling something. Anyway, wait. So they have. No, they haven't. Okay. Fuck it, that UI keeps throwing me off because I'm like, oh no, it's picking the right way and it worked. But no, it's me going up and down that's fucking working. Oh yeah, I did get super fucking distracted on hot reloading. But yeah, no, I wasn't expecting to spend so long on UI because usually when I do UI, I tend to just throw it all together. I'm actually really enjoying building the UI in a way that, like, if I want to make a new menu, I can just tack a new menu together. Anyway, we're going to file this fucking bug report. Now, how do I do this? Because I'm going to have to, like, screen record somehow. So I might have to set up, like, a new scene and then go, what the fuck are you capture? If I run this, I can go, hey, please, properties, capture this one. All right, and then take you to be like the whole screen, I guess. Probably don't want such a high resolution, but I don't think I can, like, I don't want to fuck around with it. Anyway, so we don't want to play. We want to go settings, camera settings, and we want to go, like, start. What the fuck do I have to go live? Okay, anyway, we're going to go start recording, and we're going to go, just record that, and then, like, stop recording. And then we're going to go add our other fucking, like, lines back in. And we're just going to go, so dumb. And we're like, close this, relaunch this. We should pick it back up. I should be able to then. I feel bad for the stream where they're getting a black screen because I can go back to this. I just got to remember to go back so that I don't accidentally, yeah, that's to say, like, you're seeing the black screen because I've closed the window and I have to switch my scene back to being the text. But then I have to remember to switch it back so I don't end up capturing everything else. Yeah, double check it recorded correctly. Good idea, good idea. What the fuck is Cargo Clippy doing? Stop! He's getting stuck. Doing my head in. I feel like I want to kind of compress the videos because otherwise they're actually kind of like recording 4K, so it might be a little, you know, a little aggressive. I also have no idea where they're outputting. Are they outputting it here? And he's like, no, local. So, no. Oh, I haven't opened this hard drive in such a long time that it's taken forever. Videos, clips, no. Is it raw? Raw. It's chess. 2025. Where are you outputting? Fucking. Okay. We're just gonna quickly go settings. I'm gonna go start recording. Okay. Let me stop recording. Oh, actually no, it's fucking set to the other thing. I need to go here. No, start recording. We stop recording, and then we go, where the fuck are you outputting? We go edit. So I go like settings and go output and go, where the hell did you output recording? You output to... Why is it in my C drive? What the fuck? These PC videos? Okay, that's very stupid. Anyway, they appear to have recorded properly. Start recording and we're gonna go, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't fucking talk while we're doing it. Wait, what? If I didn't... Wait, what? Why is it... Okay, that one didn't record properly. What the fuck? Wait. Oh, because is it window capture? Is that what my problem is? No. Wait, what? Honestly, even more confusing is... What are you... What? Excuse me?
What? Okay. That. I'm gonna like stop it from recording. Like I'm just gonna talk during it because I don't feel like going through and having to mute the stuff. That was even more confusing, honestly. Is that for some reason, it like I had to tell it explicitly that I was on Windows 10 and up, because otherwise it was just capturing a blank screen. Like it wasn't rendering anything. All right, I have to give you guys back the view. That's so confusing. Like the first one recorded correctly. I didn't delete it because I was talking in it, but like it's so weird. I also love that I've been so distracted talking that I haven't been drinking my energy drink, so it's still like half full, and it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Which may also indicate that I probably should be bringing the stream to the end, because in about 20 minutes people are going to get home from work and it's going to get loud. So I hopefully will file this bug report. Why the fuck? I hate that whatever's wrong with you. Okay, so flight check 0 error, file with cargo destination not found in the file not found. So it's just bitching about something. I don't know if that one's Windows being a derp. That one's OBS being a derp. It can't seem to detect what versions of Windows, because as soon as I manually told it, like, hey, this is Windows 10, it started working again. But like when I told it, hey, work out what version of Windows you're on, it's like, oh yeah. And it must have thought I was on 7 or something, because it just wasn't working. Like, I'll show you after I record this. We'll bring it over here, and we're like, if I go into here, this is the window capture thing. I've told it that the capture mode is Windows 10 and up. And I had it on automatic, and it didn't work. Like, look, and you can kind of see, like, look, it's not actually updating the image. You can see it here too. It's not updating the image, but if I send it to Windows 10, right, put that over here. You can see it. Like, it's actually working. I wonder if I put it on Windows 7. No, it's not working. So, like, the automatic just doesn't work. So, fuck knows what's going on there. Anyway. Look at the infinite fucking... Love that so much. Infinity. Okay. Anyway, so we're going to file the bug report. So hopefully those 2 pictures... I would just file it with pictures, but like pictures don't work with that, because it's kind of important that you can indicate that it's actually going the wrong way. Anyway, I'm going to go new issue. Maybe we should check slider. A slider UI widget. Can we... So there's 17 open. Feathers slider UI bug. Maybe someone already knows. Sliders with properties set to -0 have some special range where the widget -0 and +0. Okay. Nope, that is not the bug that I have found. Roadmap, the behavior, slider issues, slider. Okay. Bevy core widget sliders don't snap to the correct position when Bevy widget sliders whether is important. It is impossible to initialize a checkbox with a variable. That doesn't seem correct. I think I did that earlier, but anyway. Feathers allows users to specify format of the slider text in a function. Adds shadow color, remove. Okay, doesn't appear that any of those are what we are having issues. So bug report. I'm gonna say Bevy. That's what I hate about bug reports, is wanting to spell everything correctly so that people don't go like, what the fuck are you talking about? So we need to go to maybe mod here and go, hey, Bevy feathers Bevy Feathers slider is assume Bevy assumes horizontal, assumes always horizontal, but Bevy widget slider assumes long. I guess max y dot assumes biggest seems bigger axes. Okay, Bevy version and Bevy version and features. Okay, so Bevy version is Bevy 0.18.1 but and main. Features version features is this is the only one that actually matters. Write it like that, just make it look nice. Okay. Optional relevant system information, not actually relevant. Did I make sure the Rust version you're using, the if your bug is a rendering related copy, the additional no, I don't care because it's not what's the problem. You should also consider testing the example on an upstream dependent okay, okay. What to do? Okay, what you did. Okay. If you make a slider using Bevy Feathers, yep. It will assume the slider is left to right. If the slider is taller than it is wide, Bevy UI widgets will assume the slider is top to bottom. This is very confusing when the gradient and cursor implies it is left to right, but it's actually top to bottom. It is wide. Left to right, and gradient, and implies it's left to right, but it is actually top to bottom. If you add more sliders or widgets, so it is wider than it is tall, it works as expected. Okay, what went wrong? The left, the visual elements are mismatched to the actual behavior. That would that is implied. That would be expected. Okay. The visual elements are mismatched to the actual behavior that would be expected. Additional information. Can I just drag and drop these here? Not supported. Okay. So can I file video, audio, payback, speed, media? Okay, so there's like tools. There's a way to get this to convert some, please. Convert and save. You can select local files with the following list button below. Okay, please grab those two videos. Convert and save. It didn't ask me what format I want to convert them in, but sure. It'd be really funny. Well, it says that it's done that. Okay. So you can do that, and then go, hey, did you work? The answer is no, you didn't work, which is a little bit weird. So we go to you like file, convert and save. Wait. No. Why didn't it do that? File, convert and save. Convert, save, browse. .mp4. So dumb. Okay. Okay, so you've uploaded that one. Go close this. What do I do with that? And then go look at videos. Okay, it's very strange. Very strange indeed. For some reason, apparently I can't. I can't convert the first one. Okay. Well, technically the one that works is the only one that we actually need to work. So, because this one worked. And that's the one that we actually care about to show up the bug. So I guess we can call that fine, because I can't be fucked recording the other one again, because all it does is show what I expect it to fucking do. Anyway, we should probably preview that, you know. If you make a slider using a shortcut, really can't be bothered going more detailed than that today. This is very weird. Okay. What was I supposed to be doing to finish this up? Can I customize the colors? I wonder. I don't know. Maybe. I think I might be able to, but maybe not. So we have open escape and we have our camera settings. All right. I think I'm gonna call that for today. So we'll go to get and we like tick. Maybe these don't exist anyway. Also, can we like fucking get this out of? I wish I could add it to the git ignore, but I think it's already in the fucking repo, which means it's really hard to get rid of it. Anyway, Toml. I guess we can continue developing on dev because on the main, because why not? So I'm going to say that this is end of frame. I kind of feel like there's maybe some more UI tweaks because I kind of want to do like buttons, but that's going to have to be like a tomorrow thing because again, like in 10-15 minutes, people are going to get home. It's going to get too loud to stream. So I hope you all enjoyed. It's been great having chat like all day as I've worked on this. How long did I stream for? Like 6 hours or something? YouTube says 6.5 hours, but it's very confusing considering that I'm up to the end and it says I'm at 5. I'm at 6 hours out of 6.5 hours, but I don't know where the other half hour is because it doesn't actually exist. Because like I'm at the end of the stream and we go to the beginning at 0, so it's 6 hours of 6.5 that the other half doesn't exist. Yeah, well, maybe you can tune in tomorrow, and I'll see you then. Gotta make sure I actually let the stream run out. Last time I think I was like doing the goodbyes, and then I like said stop broadcasting on my OBS, and then the stream just stopped without actually finishing the broadcast, which is a bit weird. It appears I also haven't dropped any frames, which is impressive. Considering I like apparently like dialed up the bitrate to like way higher and it still hasn't dropped any frames, despite previously where I've had the bitrate be like stupidly high and my like compression really high, like everything to try and lower it down, and it still drops frames. But anyway, yeah, all right. Tomorrow, let's talk about what we're going to do tomorrow. I might add key binding tomorrow, but maybe not. I do want to start working on the actual voxel like rendering because one, that's kind of fun, and two, because you know why the hell not like split it up because you can obviously do UI on another day. You know, don't have to do all the UI and then come back, and it's just it kind of looks nice already. Like the UI is great. The ability to change the settings, because in theory, okay, apparently not, because apparently I broke the settings. Where did I? Oh, I probably should have. Yeah. Okay, camera settings. Re-comment these back in. I probably should make helper functions to make this like easier than the bullshit that it is. They need to be macros though because of the requirement of because I need to be able to specify the variable name, which is interesting. Fuck's sake, doing it again. Cargo check's just not working. I probably need to just rebuild my computer, which is annoying. I want to do a video where I've already got in front of me like new expensive RAM that I bought, ironically, before RAM prices went up. But I've just yet to put in my computer because I keep going. I want to do a video that like basically compares like how much does having a fast hard drive versus a slow hard drive, fast RAM versus a slow RAM, lots of RAM versus very little RAM impact speed at which Bevy can compile, because it takes like 6 minutes sometimes. And I'm like, if I have faster RAM, is it going to be better? If I have it on an SSD, is it going to be better? If I have it on a if I have more RAM, is it going to be better? Anyway, so settings, and we can tweak all this stuff. We need to make it persistent as well, so maybe I should add that to my list of shit to do. Definitely don't want to turn the fucking view look up. So we can make our speed maybe like 10 and our boost like 4. And also that's all broken. God damn it. So we can go play and go, whoa, fuck, the boost is incredibly high. And then we should be able to go here and go here and go, let's turn the sensitivity really high. Actually, it's not that bad. It's a bit floaty, but anyway. Yeah, so I think maybe we'll work on that tomorrow. Anyway,
yeah, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, good moment for a git amend. You are correct. So yeah, here you go. Here you go. Amend. The git amend. Any chance that you know that I'm sure the way you can like modify a git to get rid of, like, I want to get rid of the cargo lock, but I don't know how to get it out of here because I think I have to like break everything. Maybe I can do it by if I delete, I don't delete, change it. If I delete the thing and then commit the deleted version, like commit with it deleted, and then when it gets recreated, so I have to like move to recycling bin, and then if I commit this, and then it comes back. So if I then like run, which is annoyingly I think going to make it recompile. No, actually, funnily enough, it didn't. But the question is, did Git decide that it has to come back? No. Okay, that might work. So delete cargo lock. That works to get rid of it. Cool. Well, apparently it works fine because like, my issue isn't that the fucking cargo lock exists in the Git, like here. Like, it's not like I'm trying to keep it a secret. It's more that like it annoys me that if you put something in the git ignore, it literally stays there. Also, for some reason, OBS shows messages like 30 seconds before. I was so confused why I kept seeing the chat move, but then there wasn't any messages, because if I have like my OBS as the chat, but then I've also got the web browser with the chat because it gives me different statistics. And it's like the OBS shows up like 30 seconds before everything else. Yeah, but they like actually works, because I was doing it the other way with a project where I was actually doing relying on the fact that the git ignore would let you like modify things that had been ignored, in that I was ignoring my assets folder so that I could have things in there that like I didn't have the right to share, and it wouldn't accidentally commit them. But if I would commit something outside of there and then move it into the assets folder, then it was committed to Git and left, like, so that other people could get the Git, the like files that were relevant to my project that like I owned the rights to, which was a kind of cool idea. I'll push that to the origin too. But yeah, okay. Anyway, stream has to end. I'll see you tomorrow if you come tune in. Feel free to join the Discord and that and chat.